The flags are being brought out onto the Melbourne Cricket Ground. The anthems will follow. Just recapping the news here from the toss that India have won the toss. They've elected to field first. I guess the big contentious calls for India. Yuzvendra Chahal, the leg spinner, he's been left out. They've decided to go with a combination of Axar Patel and Ravichandran Ashwin. And Harshal Patel, who is the right-arm quick, he too has been left out of the lineup. So the pace bowling combination is going to consist of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He's going to be partnered by Arshdeep Singh and Mohammad Shami, who hasn't played a whole lot of cricket recently. And as I just touched on there with our Tiff, Fakhar Zaman misses out. He's injured still, recovering from that knee complaint. So Shan Masood is going to get the first crack at first drop. And Mohammad Wasim and Mohammad Hasnain both miss out in the fast bowling department. Naseem Shah is going to partner the two quicks in Harris Ralph and also Shaheen Shah Afridi. Corbin Middlemass in commentary. Jeff Lemon is going to join me throughout the broadcast. Our former international cricketers in the box. Former England international in Ravi Bopara and former Australian international in Cameron White. Ravi, this is some kind of spectacle, isn't it? 100,000 people making their way in at the Melbourne Cricket Ground for cricket's biggest rivalry, India and Pakistan. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me here. It was absolutely ridiculous trying to get into the ground today. I was walking from the hotel and got amongst the crowd as well. It was unbelievable, the atmosphere, and I haven't seen anything like this in a sporting event myself. I mean, when we turn up to grounds, we turn up in a bus, get parked in a car park somewhere where it's nice and quiet, and you walk into the ground. But this was unbelievable, and I can't wait for action to get underway.
Cameron, you've played in both India and Pakistan. Never been to one of these games, though, where the two nations play against one another. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Corbin. Yeah, I was just about to say to Ravi that I live here in Melbourne and I haven't seen this ground like this for a long time. So, obviously, we've just had the AFL Grand Final here. But for a cricket match, not even Boxing Day or some of the other big international matches in recent times have looked anything like this, Corbin. So, yeah, it's very exciting. And there's some very exciting players that we're going to see here tonight, and no doubt everyone's looking forward to it.
It's a different kind of noise, isn't it? And the clash of colours, it feels like everyone that has a ticket, 100,000 of them, it's just compulsory to either wear blue or green. And the contrast around the crowd and the flags that everybody has brought along just creates a tremendous atmosphere. And to hear on the concourse, we mentioned it earlier, the Jeete Ka India sort of being screamed over and over again, and I'm sure we'll hear it continuously throughout the evening. It is India and Pakistan. Both teams are lined up as we get set for the national anthems of the two countries.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
There's nothing else like it. India and Pakistan at the Melbourne Cricket Ground pushing 100,000. And the national anthems of the two teams. And if you were wondering which side had a little more support, well, you heard all of the Indians singing along with their national anthem there. An unbelievable rendition. And it'll be India who will stay out on the playing arena as they have won the toss and elected to field first. Cameron White, before we start, interesting contrast here where you've got sort of India's bowlers looking a little shaky but loaded batting lineup up against the Pakistani team. Shaky middle order, really good bowlers, unbelievable top two. Where will the game be won?
Oh, look, I think the game will be won with, in all honesty, it's down to, I know he's a big inclusion and hasn't played much for a while, but Shaheen Afridi, I think he's obviously the Pakistan left-arm superstar, and I just think against India's top order, he's got a few of them out before, he's got a good record against them, and that'll be a huge part of the game a bit later on. But I thought one interesting selection from the Indians was to leave out the leg spinner in Chahal. Being, you know, Pakistan's best two players, Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam, both being right-handed, I thought that might have been a pretty good matchup for them. So they've opted to go with the off-spin in Ashwin. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for them as well.
We'll catch up with you, Whitey, a little later on throughout the broadcast. Cameron White with us on Grandstand Cricket through the ABC and the BBC. Corbin Middlemass and Ravi Bopara to get things underway as the Pakistani opening pair make their way out to the middle. And it's as good a combination that we've ever seen in international cricket up top. The pair of Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, who are probably two of the best three batters going around in world cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're, I've been lucky enough to play with both of them. And, many times with Babar Azam in the PSL, fantastic technique, such a difficult batsman to get out. And that's where his sheer weight of runs come from. If you can't get someone out, he's going to score runs. And the same with Rizwan. This summer he was playing for Sussex in the T20 Blast, and up top he was absolutely fantastic. He scores runs wherever he goes, whatever conditions he plays in. He's been unbelievable over the last couple of years, especially when he made that transition from middle order up to the top of the order.
Did anything surprise you with the two teams?
No, not really. Obviously Cam just mentioned leaving out the leg spinner, which is always a surprise because the leg spinner is always a great wicket-taking option. But it's so difficult when you've got such good spinners in the side, and especially with Ashwin's experience in a big game like this, big tournament. You want that experience, someone who's done it over and over again. It doesn't surprise me that they've gone with the experience.
Ravi Chandran's record in World Cup's unbelievable. So 18 matches, 26 wickets at 15. Saves his best performances for this stage. There is no bigger stage at that for India and Pakistan at the MCG. It's pretty hard to spot too many spare seats scattered around the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We had some rain on the forecast right throughout the week. At one point they were expecting 30 millimetres of rain, but the good news is it has not rained all day. And a very light shower is on the radar at the moment, but nothing in behind it. So we're going to get a fair bit of cricket. Have you got a tip for us, Ravi?
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if this will be a cautious start. When it's a big game like this, you find that teams are cautious. I wouldn't be surprised if it's sort of 70 for 1 after first 10 overs or 11 overs, around that 70-75 mark. It just would not surprise me at all if this is a cautious start from both sides.
The time has come. Cricket's greatest rivalry, India and Pakistan at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, first ball outside the off stump, and Mohammad Rizwan watches it fly through to Dinesh Karthik, who takes it around chest height behind the stumps. And a dot ball to start proceedings.
Yeah, dot ball, a little bit of swing. It was a perfect length, I thought. Just that inviting length. And again, just talking about cautious start. To leave a ball in T20 cricket, you have to be thinking a little bit cautiously. So it is exactly what we expected.
Two slips in the cordon, fine leg, third man back. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar on off stump, hit high on the bat. Rizwan takes his hand off it as it squirts to backward point. And there's no run, another dot ball.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce there from a length, and Rizwan's gone down here actually. It's really hurt his finger. He might have trapped it against the handle when the ball bounced off a length.
There will be a delay as they're going to take a look at this, so not the start that Pakistan would have wanted. Looks like it's hit him right on the thumb. Yep. Looking at the replay, and Mohammad Rizwan, the world's top-ranked T20 batter, it's just rubbing his hand on the outskirts of the pitch to try and get some feeling back into that thumb after the blow from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar.
Yeah, it just leapt a little bit off. It was a good length, it was similar length to the first ball. It's just leapt at him a little bit and just caught that thumb in it. It's always painful, that, especially when you get it on the end of the thumb. It's that bottom hand where the thumb sticks out a little bit, and it just catches it. And sometimes you can be surprised, you know, you sort of, because you've got the adrenaline pumping through your body, you think, okay, look, I'll be fine, and then suddenly at the end of the game you have a scan, you've got a broken thumb. You know, hopefully that's not the case here.
She looks in a lot of pain, so he's shaking the hand of the physio as a way to try and test out that thumb, and you can see him grimacing and buckled over. But it looks like he's going to stay out there, Mohammad Rizwan. But isn't that a moment to start the game? This dominant opening duo with Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, and Rizwan struck on the thumb, second ball. The Indian fielders just staying in position. Back on that 30-yard circle. As Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to continue now. Over the wicket to Rizwan. He plays and misses. Looking to glide it down to third man. It flies through to the keeper. Danish Karthik takes it around waist height. India winning the toss, choosing to field. 3 balls in, no score.
Well, this has been a very, very good start from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He's just getting a little bit of swing. There's plenty of bounce in the surface, really carrying through nicely.
The right-hander awaits in Rizwan. He gets a ball on off-stump. He's defending to cover. And there's the skipper in Rohit Sharma who moves in to do the fielding. So there's no run. India, as we expect, predominantly in light blue with the dark blue sleeves and the orange lettering. And Pakistan, as is customary, in the 2 shades of green. Predominantly a dark green with the lime accent spread through the uniform. Bright lime shoes at that for Mohammad Rizwan as well. He's seen 4 balls, he's yet to score. Still 2 slips alongside the keeper. They crouch down. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar fallen wide and a play and a miss. As Rizwan trying to heave it away on the offside, and through to the keeper it goes once more.
Well, the line was wide, it was there. There was an opportunity to put your hands through it, but it's the length. When the length is good, it's always tricky to get it away. You find edges. I mean, that's not the perfect line, but it is almost a perfect length. And it's sort of a risk-reward ball. You know, I'm going to put it out there on a good length, and if he finds an edge, he finds an edge.
What a start this would be for India. Trying to get a mate, and he bowls full down the leg side. Good take in the end from Karthik. It'll be a wide, though, and it'll start the scoring for Pakistan. So no wicket for 1. And Dinesh Karthik, that ball just kept moving away from him at full stretch. The Superman effort reels it in with the left hand.
Well, it was the big in-swinger. You know, after 5 away swingers from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, he's gone, right, I'm going to throw one back into him, and it was a big in-swinger. It went more than he thought, right down the leg side, but it was a great take, one-handed take down the leg side.
Last ball of the over, still no runs off the bat. Rizwan awaits, he's jammed up, inside edge onto the pad, a shout for leg before. Umpire shakes his head. India not interested. And it's a spectacular start from India. Winning the toss and electing to field first. And after 1, Pakistan just a wide off the first over. No wicket for 1.
I thought that was great skills from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to bring that last ball back in again. The in-swinger, he's just playing with the batsman there. A couple of plays and misses with 5 of the away swingers. And then the last couple of balls, one was a wide obviously. And then the last ball he swung back in towards the stump, but a little bit high for that LBW. It's a perfect start. Great skills shown there from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar.
Tremendous roll-up at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, pushing 100,000, which is capacity. And Arshdeep Singh is going to get a new ball from the southern end of the ground to bowl over number 2. And it'll be the first delivery as well for Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan. The 2 men allowed out during the power play. We have deep backward square and fine leg. First slip. He'll be pushing across Azam as well, who just wants to retake his guard and hold up. The left arm quick and Arshdeep Singh. The anticipation grows. First ball from the southern end to Babar. Struck on the pad. Big shout. He's out. Babar Azam's dismissed. Ball 1. Tracked in front for a golden duck. And Babar Azam is going to send it upstairs to the DRS. But what a start for Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, it looked pretty close from up here. It hit him in the perfect, it ran that shin area in front of all 3, unless this is pitching outside leg stump. I can't see any reason why this isn't out. Plenty of swing out there. Oh, plenty of swing.
It was a long build-up before the first ball. Looks as if it's pitching in line, and he's struck below the knee roll. So it's not going to be a matter of height. What's his hope here, Ravi?
Well, he's got to hope that it's just missing leg stump. But I think it's crashing into leg stump there. It's the perfect ball, you know. There's plenty of swing today. We've seen with Bhuvanesh Kumar's first over, and then had the feeling that it was going to come back sharply into the right hand of that ball.
This is a phenomenal partnership, the best in world cricket. They average over 50, would you believe, together in T20 cricket as a pair. Let's have a listen in with the TV umpire, Richard Kettleborough.
Alter edge coming through now. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Copy, no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please. Right, I have pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. You can stay with your original decision of out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Marais Erasmus raising his finger for a second time. It's another reason for the Indian fans to roar their approval inside the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And what a shock for Pakistan. Babar Azam is out, ball 1 for a golden duck.
Right, it's a massive, massive blow for Pakistan. He's there. He's usually their rock. You know, the guy that goes and bats sort of 18 overs out of the 20, gives them that real stability. For him to go first ball, he'll be really disappointed. Biggest game in the tournament. You know, he's his first game of the tournament. He would have wanted to get off to a good start in this World Cup, but he's gone first ball. But there's no shame in that. It's been a really, really good start from India with the ball. They've used the conditions well. It is swinging conditions today. There's a little bit happening, and they've started really well.
Shan Masood is the new bat. He comes in at first drop. There was a lot of chatter leading into the tournament about whether he would hold his place at 3. The other man, Fakhar Zaman, didn't pass the fitness test, the left-hander, so he's out with a knee complaint. And it's going to be a fellow southpaw in Shan Masood who gets the first look at it in the T20 World Cup of 2022. And what a situation he walks into. 1-for-1 Pakistan. Arshdeep Singh on his way in. He beats him outside the off stump. Beautiful seam movement as the ball just left him fractionally off the wicket and threw into the gloves of the keeper in Dinesh Karthik.
Quality start from both bowlers, using the conditions really well. And I think Pakistan are going to be careful as well, being overcautious. I know there's swing, I know it's a big game, and you want to start well, but I think sometimes in games like this, if you want to start well, you've got to throw the punches early. And you've got to be careful of getting too cautious and getting behind the game.
2 slips from Masood. Fine leg, third man, the 2 back. Arshdeep Singh on his way in again, swinging into the pad of Masood and bounces off the body of the Pakistani batter out on the leg side. There's no run.
just wondering whether the Pakistani batsman can be brave here and throw a counter punch. The field is up. There's no one out on the leg side. You know, big open space. Can he chip down the wicket and you know, get away, get a boundary away? There's no one out there. Even if it's a miss hit, he's going to get 4 runs for it. So can he take that risk?
Singh bustles in again, bowls to Masood. It's outside the off stump. He plays and misses. Pakistan have not got a run off the bat as yet, and we're 10 balls in. 1 for 1, just the wide on their side of the scoring. And Babar Azam is out for a golden duck. First ball of the over. First ball he saw. He was out, trapped in front, LBW off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh.
Now with this, look, I know it's India-Pakistan playing here, but this is what I love about the England side. That you wouldn't get away with setting a field like this to any of the England opening batsmen.
Now a split cordon, so first slip and third slip. Singh tries again, straight out the middle of the bat. Masood takes on mid-off, throw it to stumps, it misses. Gee, a direct hit and they would have been 2 down. It was Virat who was tearing in, picked up the ball clean, the underarm attempt, and Virat Kohli misses from 5 metres away. And Pakistan have their first run off the bat, but only just.
This is absolute madness. It was probably the worst judged run you've ever seen. He was so close in. He could have run onto the stumps. He had that much time. Could have run onto the stumps. They're easily missed them once. They've easily missed.
All the pressure on Pakistan early here. And Mohammad Rizwan, who didn't score off the first 6 legal deliveries he saw in the previous over, he's now taking guard, awaiting Arshdeep Singh, who's continuing the second over of the match from the southern end of the stadium. The first slip and almost a fly slip. He was standing in the gully, Ravi Chandran Ashwin. He's now back on the ring. That 30-yard circle, so 2 out for Mohammad Rizwan. Deep backward square and fine leg. It'll be the left arm to push across the right-handed batsman as Rizwan gets a full toss. Clips it off his pads, very fine, and away for 4. First boundary comes at the end of the second over. Mohammad Rizwan is on the board. And Pakistan, after 2, are 1 for 6. India winning the toss and deciding to field first.
I don't think Rizwan was that confident either there. He's just walking, having a look at these, look on his face. He's almost missed that. It was a full toss. It was swinging back at him. And he's just managed to get enough bat on it. Fine for fine leg for 4, but even that was close. It's all happening.
Oh, a start for India. Toss went their way. A recent trend of T20 internationals at the Melbourne Cricket Ground have showed that the last 5 games have been won by the side batting second. And India get the chance to do that here. Pakistan, a nightmare opening, 2 overs in, 1 for 6, and Babar Azam already out for a golden duck.
I mean, India are onto something here. They know Shan Masood likes to take his time starting off, but he needs to switch it up. Can't let them set this sort of field.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to continue to Masood. It's short and wide outside the off stump. He plays and misses. Still 2 in the cordon. You started to touch on earlier about England and the way that they go about it.
Yeah.
It feels like India are on top and Pakistan aren't doing much to try and change it at the moment.
Yeah, you gotta. It's 20 overs, and this game, the name of the game is to be aggressive and put the opposition under pressure. And India are doing it by bringing the field up, but Pakistan have got to fight back.
As Bhuvaneshwar charges in again, he bowls to Masood, ducks one back into him, bounces off his hip. It's going to be caught at first slip by KL Rahul. Didn't come off the bat. And after all that, a dot ball. 1 for 7, Pakistan.
Yeah, and I was touching on like the England batsmen. I mean, could you imagine setting a field like this to an England opener? I mean, I couldn't see it. I don't think they would respect it. You'd see him come down the wicket and have a slog across the line or something, because there's no one out on the leg side. A miss hit, even the top edge, you're getting runs for it.
Masood awaits, Bhuvaneshwar delivers, and again ducks one back in, struck on the pad, a shout for leg before. Umpire shakes his head and says not out. It's Rod Tucker at the northern end, out there with Murray Erasmus. The umpires both in pink tonight at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Pakistan 1 for 7.
I mean, at the same time, I want to give credit to the Indian bowlers. I mean, the movement in the air. They're getting so much movement both ways as well from Bhuvanesh. It's hard to predict which way he's going to swing it. It is difficult. I'm just wondering whether Shah Masood can advance down the wicket and sort of cut out some of that swing.
Third over, Pakistan 1 for 7. Kumar, full, a Yorker, jams it out, and it spits away very fine, down to fine leg. Chase on out in the deep. And be collected by Mohammad Shami, and the batters will get back for 2. So Shah Masood, a well-executed Yorker from Bhuvanesh Kumar, but it's a scoring shot, and he moves to 3, and Pakistan 1 for 9.
You just get the feeling that the Indian bowlers have just had a little taste of, and they're going for the kill here. You know, they're throwing the ball fuller and fuller, using that swing.
Still the 2 in the grippers. As Masood waits, again he gets another inducker, struck high on the pad. Ball balloons out on the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, Shaheen Shah Afridi will be licking his lips as well with this, with the amount of swing that's on offer today. But I think before that, Pakistan have got to set a good enough score. Can they get themselves around that 150 mark, 160 mark, and give their very, very good bowling attack a chance?
KG opening for Pakistan. They've already lost their skipper for a golden duck as Bhuvanesh Kumar tries again. It's another Yorker and kept out by Masood. Some hesitation on the single, and they'll get one. As the ball trickles out on the leg side, and they'll pick up one to Ravichandran Ashwin, who moves in from square leg. So 1 for 10 Pakistan. Just repeating the team news, so Fakhar Zaman is injured. He's not playing for Pakistan. Mohammad Wasim and Mohammad Hasnain are the 2 that miss out in the fast bowling department. It means that Naseem Shah gets the start alongside his fellow quicks, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Haris Rauf. And for India, Yuzvendra Chalal has been overlooked. They've gone with Axar Patel and Ravichandran Ashwin, and Harshar Patel misses out in the bowling department. As Bhuvanesh Kumar, another Yorker struck on the pad. Is Rizwan, the ball drops out on the leg side, and it'll be a dot ball to end the 3rd over. India well on top after 3. Pakistan 1 for 10, winning the toss and electing to field India. It's been a good start. Ravi Bopara alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass on Grandstand Cricket.
Yeah, it's been fantastic cricket so far. All dominated by India. Unbelievable skills from their 2 opening bowlers. And I think those skills come from playing on such good wickets in India where you have to have movement in the air. You know, you don't get much assistance off the pitch. So what can you create? Can I create movement in the air with a white ball? You know, you've got to have very, very good skills, a very good wrist to do that. And they've shown it today. They've shown their class.
No surprises. Worked last time. Arshdeep Singh to continue. A left arm quick as he bowls to Masood. Tucks it away off his thigh pad. Very fine for 4. They've got 2 boundaries to start Pakistan. They both come behind the wicket. And they both go very fine to the same area of the ground. 1 from Masood, 1 from Rizwan. Masood moves to 8. Pakistan 1 for 14 in the 4th over.
Yeah, nice little ball to get, actually. A little clip on the leg side. Always nice when they run fine. Just come a little bit off the inside edge of the bat. It runs fine for 4. Always a nice feeling.
And fine leg is almost deep backward square, particularly in T20 cricket, isn't he? He's always quite wide down there. Shah Masood waits. Again, he works a ball off his hip, just in front of the square leg fielder and Mohammad Shami, and he'll get a single for it. So brings the right-handed Rizwan back on strike. Pakistan 1 for 15 in the 4th over.
I mean, they've still got square leg up, which is extraordinary. In a 4th over of a T20 to have your square leg up is just, you don't often see it. And I just still feel like Pakistan are letting India get away with it a little bit, and that white ball is going to keep swinging unless you hit it a couple of times to the boundary.
Knock some of the shine off it.
Yeah, you have to. That white ball will keep swinging until you hit it hard, and then suddenly you'll find it stops swinging pretty quickly.
The last over that Arshdeep Singh bowled, there should have been a run out as well. It was missed. He's pushing across Rizwan here, and he beats him outside the off stump. Again, just a cautious approach from Rizwan as he checked his shot late, and it flies through with good carry to Kartik behind the stumps. It was Shah Masood in the 1st over as he just dropped the ball in front of mid-on, charged up for a quick single. Coley picked up clean and an underarm shot at the stumps from 5 metres away missed. And earlier, Babar Azam was out. LBW, Arshdeep Singh for a golden duck. Pakistan 1 for 15. Rizwan on strike. Awaits Singh. He's squared up again and he's beaten once more. As the ball dives on this occasion through to the keeper. A good seed from Arshdeep Singh. He's had a hell of a start. Pakistan 1 for 15.
Just watching the replay there of Arshdeep Singh, the previous ball, in the previous over, he'd been swinging everything sort of away from the left-hander and back into the right-hander. And the 2 balls he started with against the right-hander in this over, he sort of angled his seam towards second slip and decided to take it away from Rizwan, and it's caught him by surprise.
Singing again, he bowls to Rizwan, leading edge, popped up, just short. Diving effort from Coley as he tears in from mid-on, didn't quite get there. And on the half volley, he takes it at full stretch on an adjacent pitch in the centre square area. And it drew the crowd in, but just short of Coley. And Rizwan living dangerously. He's still there on 4. Pakistan 1 for 15.
It was a good effort from Virat Kohli. He's running in from mid-on. He's quite close as it is. It was a very, very good effort. He's just landed safe there. Very lucky for Rizwan.
Last ball of the over. It's been another good one as Arshdeep Singh tries again. He bowls a short one. Hook shot from Rizwan. Caught. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar takes the catch. And Rizwan joins Baba back in the pavilion. India well on top after 4 overs. Pakistan 2 for 15. And the dynamic duo are both out.
Well, what a start this has been, and what an over this has been from Arshdeep Singh. Such clever bowling. He's taken it away from the right-hander, 2 balls in a row, then brought one back in. And when you least expect it, he's bowled him a bumper, which has caught him by surprise. A top edge to fine leg, positioned perfectly. He's got 2 men down here, almost like 2 fine legs. One very fine, one obviously a sort of square, backward square for Rizwan's pickup shot that he loves to play. It's almost stopped him from playing it this whole innings. Because normally what he does do, he steps across his stumps and flicks it over to the leg side. But they've had that man there, which has kept him in his shell the whole time he's been there, and it's been a fantastic over, and he deserves a wicket.
He's out for 4. Mohammad Rizwan caught by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar down at fine leg off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh, who's got 2. 2 for 10, his figures off his 2 overs. And after 4, Pakistan in deep trouble at 2 for 15. And Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, no surprises, is going to continue. The new bat is Iftikhar Ahmed, the 32-year-old right-hander who's in at 4. He'll obviously be at the non-striker's end, given that was the last ball of the previous over. Here comes Bhuvaneshwar to Masood, who plays and misses outside the off stump. And this has been the problem, I guess, for Pakistan, and the blessing and the curse of superstardom. They've had Baba and Rizwan so successful at the top that the middle order just hasn't had much exposure, and that's reflected in the numbers that since last year's T20 World Cup, their middle order is averaging just 20 during that time. So that's positions 3 to 7 in the lineup.
Well, yeah, it says a lot, because Baba and Rizwan do so much of the batting.
Bhuvaneshwar pushing across Masood, whips it off his pads. Nice leg glance through the gap at mid-wicket. He comes back for 2. They might get a 3rd. Chase on here from Hardik Pandya. He pulls it up 5 metres in from the boundary. Of course, the wide open expanses of the Melbourne Cricket Ground means that there's plenty of time for a 3rd. So Shan Masood moves to 12. Pakistan 2 for 18.
I mean, it's sometimes hard to look at stats like that because the 2 openers do so much of the batting. So often they're batting up until the 15th over.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be difficult for a middle order batsman to have a high average when he's only got 5, 6 overs to bat. The more interesting thing to look at is probably their strike rates, I think,
which is 128.
Yep.
7 50s during that time. So 28 matches as a sample size. 1,836 runs at 20. Strike rate of 128. And 7 50s for the middle order. First ball to Iftikhar Ahmed. Clips it away off leg stump. Wide at the fielder at square leg, and they'll get a couple for this. This is picked up by Rohit Sharma, the captain, and Iftikhar Ahmed is off the mark. Ball one with a double. Pakistan 2 for 20 in the 5th over.
Yeah, good start from Iftikhar Ahmed. I do like Iftikhar. I've seen him a lot in the PSL. He's got the ability to hit big, and he's a good player. He's in pretty early, probably earlier than he expected, but he's definitely a man that can take the game away from you.
Middle order with plenty of balls to face and a lot of work to do as Iftikhar Ahmed lets one fly through outside the off stump. Still plenty of movement as that ball pitches on the line of off stump and darts away from the right-handed Iftikhar.
It's amazing the amount of swing that's on offer. I mean, is this usual for... Is it the time of the year, or...?
It's probably more one for Whitey, but I can't remember seeing too many games that's hooped around like this.
Yeah.
Usually a pretty docile deck here at the MCG. There's another short ball. Iftikhar cracks it away with a cross-batted swat. Wide of Ravi Chandran from that mid-on and away for 4. Intent from ball one for Iftikhar Ahmed. He's 6 off 3. And Pakistan move to 2 for 24 with a ball to come in the 5th over.
That's more like it. That's what Pakistan got to do. They've got to counter punch. And if they're going to ease their way into this game, before they know it, the game will be gone. It'll be over. There'll be 12, 13 overs into the innings, and they'll only have 60, 70 on the board, and it'll just never be enough.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar tries again, wide of the off stump, and again very watchful. Iftikhar Ahmed lets it fly through. Into the 5th over, we've seen a lot of leaves in the first 5, which is unusual in any T20 game, but particularly at this level, on this stage. India and Pakistan in front of a crowd pushing 100,000 at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. India winning the toss, electing to field first. Pakistan 2 for 24. Iftikhar Ahmed is on 6 and Shan Masood is there on 12.
And it's very similar to watching, the England-Afghanistan game yesterday, where, Afghanistan were the underdogs, obviously, and I felt like Afghanistan were trying to ease themselves into the game yesterday against England, right? Whereas rather than just going, look, we're the underdogs here. We've got 2 aggressive opening batsmen. Let's go and play our shots and put them under some serious pressure. But they never did. They sort of hung around. They tried to, sort of almost try to play on the same level as England. And they never really challenged England. I felt like Pakistan tried to do the same thing here.
Mohammad Shami into the attack, bowls around the wicket to Shan Masood, and he's cramped up again. Strike on the thigh pad. The ball drops away on the leg side. There's no run, 2 for 24, start of the 6th. So last over of the power play. Just recapping, Babar Azam out for a duck. First ball he saw, LBW Arshdeep Singh, he sent it up to the DRS. Came back, the decision was upheld, so he had to walk. And then Mohammad Rizwan got a short ball. He never looked settled, was out for 4. Caught hooking down to fine leg, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar took the catch. Also off Singh's bowling. Pakistan 2 for 24 now in the 6th over. As Shami tries again to Shan Masood, and again he's cramped up, struck on the thigh pad. Falls out on the offside, there's no run. As Axar Patel moves in from point. You did that game last night and were in the broadcast booth for us. England and Afghanistan, that was over in Perth.
There was.
I'm a native sandgroper, so I grew up on that part of the world. That is a very long flight, plus you lose 3 hours.
You do.
How are you still with us at this time? You must be ready for a sleep.
I'm pumped for this game. Look at it out here. I can't see an empty seat. And the view we've got from here is unbelievable.
It's the perfect wake-up call. 100,000 at the G as Shami outside the off stump and pinning the ears back. Shan Masood cracks it away through point. It's a long boundary, but it'll get to it comfortably. 4 runs for Shan Masood on the cut shot, just pinned the ears back and hammered it away. Pakistan 2 for 28 midway through the 6th over.
Yeah, short and wide from Shami there. Not many bad balls bowled in this innings, and but it was well executed. A cut shot through the cover point region. And I just feel again, Pakistan have been waiting for bad balls, and in T20 cricket sometimes you can't wait for bad balls. You've got to make them, and you've got to find ways of scoring.
Masood now 16 off as many. Shami continuing around the wicket. Masood clips it away. Just wide of the fielder at square leg. And that'll race away out on the onside. Giving chase and putting in the diving effort. A successful one. for India out there from Deepak Huda, who is the sub-fielder, just come on the ground and was almost in a catching position. 3 runs from Masood. He moves to 19. Pakistan 2 for 31.
It's going to take him a while to get his breath back after chasing that. I mean, that's a long chase. Is that the longest part of the ground? It's got to be.
It's a long way up there. Did see in the last T20 international game that was played here, Dashun Sharnika from Sri Lanka, in a match-winning performance, got a short ball and one of the biggest hits I've ever seen. Cross-batted swat and put it about 20 rows back somehow into the stands. And these wide boundaries at the MCG. Mohammad Shami, who's recovering from a bout of COVID, missed the 3 T20s against Australia. Gets the nod here. He's gone for 7 already. Back over the wicket to Iftikhar Ahmed, and he's caught on the thigh pad. The ball balloons up on the leg side, and Axar Patel fields at square leg. There's no run.
A little bit of bounce there for Shami. Just back in, a little bit of swing back into the right-handed Iftikhar, striking him on that thigh pad. There is a little bit of movement still. There's still enough swing for India to keep attacking. They've got 2 slips.
Shami hits the crease again on leg stump, and Iftikhar turns it away off his pads. Just wide of Axar Patel, who trots back from square leg to retrieve it. And a single taken, so that's the power play done. India on top early, winning the toss, deciding to field first. They lost Rizwan for 4, Babar Azam for a duck. And Pakistan after the power play, 2 for 32. Double change in the comm box. Jeff Lemon is coming in to join Cameron White.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Absolutely extraordinary start by India's fast bowlers here. This ground, as loud as I've ever heard it. Start of a new over, and it's Hardik Pandya running in, fencing outside the off stump is Iftikhar Ahmed. Has that ball got lift and carry? And that's been the defining characteristic that we've seen so far today. Jeff Lemon with you, Cameron White alongside me. Jonathan Agnew's on the injury list for today. He's got a voice that he could maybe do late night love song dedications. He's very husky, but probably couldn't have got through a full day of match commentary. The loudest game you've ever heard. Hardik Pandya bowling from the members' end. A long loping run into Iftikhar Ahmed, who hooks. Doesn't quite nail it, pluffs it a bit, but it's over the infield. Plugging and trickling out towards the boundary rope. He'll get back for a couple of runs. Pakistan 34 for 2. Cameron White, not many people have played more cricket at the MCG than you. You've seen the full range from the quiet Sheffield Shield days to the big international games. Have you ever seen it like this?
No, definitely not for a cricket game, that's for sure. Maybe an AFL Grand Final, but I think it was to be expected, wasn't it? India versus Pakistan in a World Cup T20 match, so it's definitely lived up to the excitement early on. And I guess one of the things that's been very noticeable so far is, well, a couple of things. The absolute high skill from India's bowling, and just the ability or the inability of the Pakistan batters to adjust to the pace and bounce of the, the Australian conditions, and especially here at the MCG. There's a bit on offer, that's for sure, but yeah, it's about adjusting quickly on the run to the conditions which you are presented with. So Pakistan's still adjusting on the fly at the moment, and to be honest, they've taken probably a little bit too long to do that.
They've certainly battered themselves into trouble. The 2 openers who've been so important to every T20 success they've had over the last couple of years. 2,300 plus runs they put on together in partnership, Rizwan and Babar Azam, and they're both out.
Yeah, that's right. One of the things that I noticed earlier, India in a high pressure game had really done their homework. They started with 2 men out on the leg side to Babar Azam with the in-swing of Arshdeep.
Hardik Pandya has his field ready now. Into bowler Shan Masood, who just keeps the ball out of his pad, tries to get a single direct hit. He might be in some strife here. I think he's just got back. But Hardik Pandya followed up, pounced on the ball at around about a short leg sort of position, grabbed it and threw the stumps down. And they want to have a look at this. They'll go upstairs.
Very sharp bit of work from Hardik there. And I think that's just the level of intensity that India have brought at the start of this fixture. That's to be expected, but they've been right on the ball early on. You saw the high skill from Bhuvaneshwar and Arshdeep there up front with the first 4 overs, and that's extremely tight. I think he's just back.
It's about as close as it can get. It's the old one frame where he might be out and one where he might be in. Yeah, he's just got the toe of the bat over the line. A brilliant bit of fielding from Hardik Pandya. And even if you don't get the dismissal, that's the kind of thing that could lift a team when they see a teammate react like that.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the biggest games of the tournament, albeit very early on. So you're expecting that intensity, and India are definitely bringing it at the moment.
35 for 2. That's the score for Pakistan into the 7th over. So the run rate precipitous at this point. We're having a delay in play for some medical attention. One of the doctors, physios, drinks waiters, etc. running out to the Pakistan pair. And they might want to just take a moment to catch their breath.
I was just about to say, it might not be a bad thing from Pakistan. I think they just need to do exactly that, Jeff, and just take a big, deep breath, maybe just reassess and have a think about, what is a par score on these at the MCG here tonight on this wicket, which is definitely offering a bit to the quick bowlers. Pakistanis, as we know, have a great attack. So maybe instead of, searching up around that 200, mark, it's more, he's 150 in the game, 155 and a couple of early wickets from their big, quick Shaheen Afridi.
Well, it's the things that he can do, that left-arm pace. We saw Arshdeep Singh pitching it up, getting the ball to swing, pinning Babar Azam on the pad, first ball he faced. If Arshdeep Singh can do that, Shaheen Shah Afridi can do it.
Yeah, that's right, and that's exactly how the Pakistani batters should be thinking about it at the moment. Don't panic. Don't take really silly runs to Virat Kohli at a short mid-on position when you run out by half a pitch. I know it's high pressure and a huge game, but you've also got to use your cricket smarts, your cricket intelligence. Take a deep breath and think your way through the situation. That's half the battle sometimes.
Well, they're sending the support staff off. Now they're having another chat mid-pitch, so people complain about bowling sides being slow with the over rates, but the batting sides can have a contribution to it as well. It's about 4 minutes between deliveries. We're halfway through an over. Hardik Pandya, he's bowled 3 deliveries so far. He's got Shan Masood in his sights. Shan Masood still not back down over his bat, and now Hardik Pandya's having a chat to the umpire about the ball, I think. So just going to make sure that this is an 11:30 p.m. finish tonight. Everybody's struggling to catch the last train.
If I was Hardik, I wouldn't be changing the ball either. It's still swinging. We're in the 7th over, and still plenty of pace and bounce and a bit of swing there as well.
Well, he's got the left-hander lined up now. Hardik Pandya runs up and bowls. Right arm over the wicket. Short and just glided away down to deep third for a single. So they'll trot through, 36 for 2. The way that India bowled off the top, it was like first morning of a test match bowling. Hitting a length, the occasional fuller pitch one swinging. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar looked faster than I've seen him for a couple of years. He's been criticised for being too slow as an opening fast bowler at times, but he looked to have added a few Ks. I mean, the intensity was absolutely gripping.
Yeah, they were spot on, India, especially. I think that's what you're looking for. You're looking for your opening bowlers to really set the tone. They did it with their intensity and also their skill. You saw both in-swing and out-swing from both the opening bowlers.
Hardik Pandya runs up to Iftikhar Ahmed on the leg stump and is just jabbing the ball away out towards mid-wicket on the edge of the circle. Ashwin fields. They'll get through for 1 run. 37 for 2. 1 ball to come in the over. Crowd just quietening down a little bit. I'm sure in the run chase, every single will be cheered as enthusiastically as a boundary normally would be.
No question there. You can see good pace here from Hardik still. 141 kilometres an hour they're registering. Still a bit of swing back into the left-hander here as well.
Pandya to finish off the over. Up to Shan Masood, who hooks off the top edge, but he's got it fine enough to be safe, and it'll bounce over the rope for 4. So a little something for the Pakistan fans to cheer. The flags go up, the green flag with the crescent and star very visible around this ground. It's not all India supporters here tonight. 7 overs gone. Pakistan 41 for 2. Shan Masood, the one holding the innings together at this point. He had a wonderful season in English county cricket through the middle of the year, made over 1,000 runs, averaged mid-80s in county cricket.
Reasonable season.
Yeah, you wouldn't sneeze at that. So it seems in a way that this situation almost suits him, because it is a bit more like test match batting, you know, slightly faster, but you've got to see off good bowlers. You've got to make sensible decisions, not try to smash everything for a boundary, but pick them up where you can. Mohammad Shami bowls down the leg side, and an extra will be added to the score. Pakistan 43 for 2.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Jeff. I think what these guys, Pakistan and India, are maybe used to is absolutely dominating the new ball when they come up against each other in Asia. But to here in Australia, especially here in Victoria at Melbourne, it's been raining basically for the whole of the start of the spring. So we've got a wicket with a bit of pace and bounce, a bit of seam movement. So we've got to play the game slightly differently tonight.
Shami runs up to Iftikhar, who's just defending from the crease, not taking a run, thinks about it. But belting in from gully is Virat Kohli. Always the most enthusiastic out there in the field. There won't be a run.
We're seeing most of the boundaries, well, all of the boundaries have come behind the wicket so far. There's not a lot of straight drives or classical sort of cover drives so far, and I think that's just a product of the pace and the bounce. I know I'm sort of going on about it a bit, but it's something that maybe the Pakistani batters could be looking to do, use the pace a bit more.
Shami bowls to Iftikhar, who works it away off his thigh pad for a single. Trots through to the other end. Umpire says that was a leg by, no bat involved. So turning the strike over. 43 for 2 the score. And it's interesting seeing the way that the MCG's played in the last couple of years. The long periods when you were playing here, Cam. With Shami, comes around the wicket to Shah Masood, who hooks off the top edge. Could be in strife here. Ashwin diving forward. Is he taking it? He's taken a one-hander diving forward. The umpires might want to have a look at this. It might just have kissed the ground before it got into his hand. He hesitated, Ashwin. He wasn't sure whether to stay where he was or come in. And by the time he realised the ball was dipping short of him, he'd lost that opportunity for a couple of paces. So the umpires will have a look. You're not too sure about this one, Cameron White.
No, again, Mohammad Shami using the bouncer to good effect, but sitting here and the view from the commentary box, I must admit that my gut feel is that this has just kissed the turf before it's entered Ashwin's hands. It's always very difficult to tell as a fielder in this situation, whether it has carried or not, but I must admit my gut feel is this might have just bounced as his, real half volley sort of thing as he's gone to pick it up or dive forward.
Well, the body language tells you a bit, and Ashwin didn't bounce up celebrating, like the New Zealanders were last night, taking some flying catches in the field. He wasn't sure, and yeah, it has just reached him on the bounce. Just fractionally in front of it's taken the fingers of his left hand and then gone into the turf and into his right hand. I think both at the same time, but it's probably touched the ground between his fingers.
Yeah, and you were spot on too, Jeff. Whether he just went into the lights just momentarily or, he just didn't judge it, off the bat straight away, because he did definitely hesitate, which is definitely cost him, making the extra, a couple of inches really,
yep,
to claim the catch legally sort of thing. So, yeah, bit of a let off there for Pakistan.
Well, it's a rock and a hard place sometimes. You come in a bit too far, the ball sails over your head and goes for 4. Everyone towels you up.
Oh, nothing worse. No, absolutely nothing worse as a player and a fielder. Especially if it goes for 6, you can sort of justify that you might have stuffed it up. But if it bounces over your head and it goes for a 4, then you feel like you just want to dig a hole and jump into it.
Absolutely. So hung back, didn't quite have time. So Shan Masood survives. Profits by a run. Shami bowls to Iftikhar, who swings and misses. The outside edge almost kissed, but not quite. They've still got a slip in place as well. So KL Rahul standing at slip next to the wicketkeeper, Dinesh Karthik. Not that often that you see a slip still in place in the 8th over of a T20 international, at 44 for 2.
No, that's right. And I said off the top that I think India have just been on tactically in a high-pressure game. They've really thought their way through it. Their tactics in the first couple of overs to the most important batters were spot on.
Shami runs up to Iftikhar Ahmed. Yorker only dug out back to the bowler. Excellent delivery. You could hear the sound of bat on ball, that clunky sound that means that it didn't hit any of the sweet bits of the bat.
Yeah, if that was in the indoor nets of the MCG in the middle of winter, that would have really rattled the rattled the knuckles and the pinky finger, that's for sure. But
yep. Freezing cold hands on the bat handle, not much worse.
By about 10 o'clock tonight, it'll be pretty chilly out there in the outfield, I'd imagine, as well.
Yeah, it's fairly brisk, popping a hand outside our commentary box window. Not freezing, but there is a breeze. Swirling, Shami bowls to Iftikhar, who pokes and misses, and it nearly takes the outside edge. Again, it's this test match channel that India's T20 quicks are bowling, and it is working for them here tonight. 8 overs gone. Pakistan, 44 for 2.
We spoke about the tactics there and how sharp India have been, but to go with the tactics, their execution has been fantastic as well. I think maybe one bad ball on the cut shot from Mohammad Shami, but apart from that, as you mentioned there, it's basically been a test match line and length, really presenting the seam, trying to extract everything out of this MCG wicket, which they're doing pretty well, to be honest, and making life very difficult for the Pakistani batters. But as we say now, maybe this is an opportunity with the spin coming on for the Pakistani batters to, you know, find the boundary a bit more, rotate the strike a little bit more, and start to build a bit of a total.
Well, Ravichandran Ashwin, the off spinner, so prolific in Test match cricket, 400 plus wickets in that format, and he's fought his way back into the T20 team. He was out of favour in India's white ball setup for quite a few years. Back in the mix now, and he bowls a dart first ball on the leg stump of the left-handed Shan Masood, who knocks the ball away towards mid-wicket, but it was pad, not bat, says the umpire, so 45 for 2 with the leg bye.
This is where it's important for partnership batting. You've got Shan Masood, the left-hander, who's in, and now we've got Iftikhar on strike, the right-hander. This is a good matchup for Pakistan now. Let's see what he can do.
Well, he might fancy the spinner, but long boundaries at the MCG. Remember that. Ashwin bowls a flat delivery, and Iftikhar's cutting straight to backward point. Can't get through the field. There's no run. So they've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, the 3 out on the leg side. Then they've got a deep cover point who's only about 3/4 of the way back, and they've got a long off for Ashwin. He bowls a little bit of flight this time on the stumps, driven down to long on for a single. And Ashwin will be perfectly happy with singles, dots and ones. That's what he's looking for. But a big gap between that long on and the deep mid-wicket set quite square, so that is a gap that they could target.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of playing on such a big ground. Your gaps either side of the box, man, are huge.
Down the wicket comes Shan Masood, drives over short cover into a gap in the deep. The long off gets around. They'll come back for a comfortable second run. Shan Masood goes up to 27. Pakistan 48 for 2.
There's a good example of just using a bit of placement and just thinking your way through it. There's plenty of gaps here at the MCG outfield. He's also hitting probably into the breeze here back towards the member stand end as well.
Ashwin backing away is Shan Masood, cutting it out to deep cover only for a single this time. Takes the score up to 49 for 2. You do wonder about the left-hander with the off-spinner bowling. They've got the short third up in the circle. If there was an outside edge there, that's rolling away for 4 every time. Ashwin drops a little short, cut away behind point by Iftikhar Ahmed, but only for a single because deep cover gets around Hardik Pandya patrolling out there. Or Shami rather, in the deep, and slings the ball back in. 50 up for Pakistan, but it's up in the 9th over. Not what you want to see as a batting side in the T20.
No, that's right. Definitely under pressure, the Pakistanis. But you're dead right about there with the short, fine leg and the short third man, even for Ravi Ashwin there. Something just to think about for even against the spinners for the Pakistani batters. Just using the pace like a little paddle sweep or just a little layoff. You know, short straight here at the MCG. If you get it past one of those men that we spoke about there, you know, you've got 4 runs. Maybe in overseas ground where they are, you know, some of the grounds are a lot smaller, especially in India or Pakistan, you can just step out and you know, whack a 6. But here in Australia, you think about the MCG, the Gabba, even Adelaide Oval Straight, their grounds are, you know, massive in comparison sort of thing. So the game's just played a little bit differently here.
Start of a new over. Hardik Pandya from the Shane Warne stand end. Full, driven away off the outside edge and sliced behind point for a couple of runs to the right-handed Iftikhar Ahmed. 53 for 2, the score, as he goes up to 15. And Alex Malcolm of ESPN Cricket Info was talking about it down at Geelong during the week. The 12th fielder, he calls it, the slow outfield at Cardinia Park. And so that can be the case at the MCG as well with the long boundary. You think you've hit a 4 and it rolls up and stops inside. So you've got to be looking to take 3s, which you wouldn't normally do in a T20. Little dab down to deep third on the bounce. Cleverly played by Iftikhar Ahmed, but they've got a fielder in position. So it only gets him 1 run. Deftly played though, off the top edge, little uppercut.
Yeah, we can see it was just basically exactly right, Jeff. Just a little uppercut, almost carried all the way to deep third man. So not only is Pandya bowling quite quickly, but plenty of pace and bounce on the wicket. But just a little bit of flow starting to happen for the Pakistan batters here. Masood starting to get going. Ahmed just sort of working into it. It's an important period for them. If they can just get it to maybe 2 for 70 after 11 or 12, that just gives them a little bit of a platform, you know, to maybe launch into the back 8 overs to get to somewhere near that 150 mark.
Pandya runs up and bowls, right arm over. The left-hander just drops the ball at his feet, and good running by the non-striker who set off and called him through immediately. Shan Masood wasn't sure where the ball was, but Iftikhar Ahmed said, doesn't matter where it is, you're running. So they're through. Yep,
good intent from the non-striker there. I think we're seeing nothing, there's nothing fancy from India's game plan here. They're just playing it smart. There's not a lot of, you know, slower balls or tricks or, you know, they're not trying too much, which is exactly what they should be doing. They're basically, as you sort of pointed out before, just hitting the wicket, using the facilities as best they can, presenting the seam and trying to still, even in the, what are we, into the 10th over, still bowling that test match line and length. Not a lot of variations at all still.
54 for 2. Up comes Pandya to Iftikhar, who slices it away off the outside edge again, and it'll beat the deep third for 4. So there's a boundary for the powerful right-hander. He goes up to 20, and he's upped his rate to a runner ball now. That's the minimum that they need to be looking for. 58 for 2 the score. Shan Masood 29, Iftikhar Ahmed on 20.
Fraction of width from Pandya outside the off stump there of Iftikhar. Just really threw the hands at it, the wrists really come into play, and it absolutely flew off past Virat Kohli at backward point for 4.
Yeah, so a deep point, a backward point, and a deep third, and you can still find a gap there off the sliced drive for 4. That's good placement. Hardik Pandya. Couple of balls to come in his second over. Bowls to Iftikhar, who's pulling a short ball. A big gap out there, and it'll bounce before it reaches the deep square leg. Just a single. And if you'd been able to put that a bit more in front of square, he might have been running for 2 or 3 or hoping to roll it into the boundary rope. 59 for 2, Pakistan. 1 ball to come in the Pandya over. Walking back towards what was once the Great Southern Stand. The Shane Warne Stand signage now prominent amongst the ICC colours. The bowls Pandya, and it's just knocked away off the pad behind square. They go through for a leg by Shan Masood, who scored quite a few off his pads today. Now we're at the halfway mark of the innings. Pakistan 60 for 2. So 120 wouldn't do it, but if they could up their rate to 8 or 9 and over through the back half. It was interesting that even off the top, Babar Azam said maybe 160 would be enough. He wasn't saying we need to get 180, 190. He thought on this kind of ground, on this sort of wicket, and with the big outfield that they've got, I mean, that's not a hugely ambitious score to state. It was an interesting insight into the mindset.
Yeah, and that would be just Baba reading the wicket, looking at the, you know, the conditions that they're presented with. And obviously, once Sharma won the toss and elected to bowl, it's probably a good indication that you know, there was a fair bit in the wicket sort of thing. So Bubba was right on the money. They can still get to that 150, 160 target. Obviously, they would have to bat extremely well here to get to that point. But, you know, 90 off the back end 10 overs here, isn't out of the realms of possibility. Only 2 down, so they'll have to bat very well, but it's definitely achievable. The ball will be getting a little bit older now. Conditions for batting should be a little bit better. Still some more overs of spin to come, so look, 150-ish, somewhere around there would be in the game, especially we know how good of attack the Pakistanis have. They've got the pace attack to be able to match it with India.
It's the drinks break at the middle of the innings. India versus Pakistan in the group stages of the T20 World Cup of 2022. You're on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, BBC 5 Sports Extra, the ABC Listen app on the World Cup button, and also via BBC Sounds for our listeners in the UK. Our best wishes with Jonathan Agnew, who's on the sick bench for today. My name's Jeff Lemon, Cameron White alongside me. You can drop us an SMS on 0467 920 222 or email tms@bbc.co. Players getting back into position now. Ravichandran Ashwin with the ball in hand. The off spinner operating from the members' end. Must be nice to bowl as a spinner on this big ground where you've got so much more territory.
Yeah, definitely. Not that I did a hell of a lot of bowling, especially in my later days here, but yeah, as we saw, and one of the things that Ravi Ashwin did well in his first over, you've got all the territory that you've pointed out there, Jeff, is square of the wicket, so there's not too much tossing it up here and giving the ball air from Ravi Ashwin. It's more quick and into the pitch, trying to utilise those square boundaries with lots of space.
Here comes Ashwin around the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood, who walks at him, drives the ball out towards deep mid-wicket, wants to come back for a second. Iftikhar says, no thanks, let's keep it to 1. 61 for 2.
Prime example there, you can see Masood looking to come down the wicket, trying to access that short straight boundary, and Ravi Ashwin's just fired it in, really cramped him up, bowling, looking to bowl the top of the stumps even as a spinner, trying to bowl into the wicket and use the long boundaries.
The 99 on his back, Ashwin floats the ball up and it's clipped away down the leg side by Iftikhar Ahmed, but they've got a short fine leg in place and the ball can't get through, so no run. Nearly fell over as he tried to clip that ball away.
Might have been the toughest of stumpings, just missed as well. Almost went between, or it did go between his legs. One of the tougher takes.
Here's Ashwin. They're driven just over short cover. Finger tipped away a fancy. So nearly a catch. He gets away with it and gets a run. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, in at that position. And that went one hand. He got the fingertips of his right hand to it. Couldn't cling on. Ashwin bowls to Iftikhar, who's just a bit cramped for room and comes across his front pad and can only knock it back to the bowler. 63 for 2 is the score. They got a couple of runs with that chip over cover. Iftikhar up to 23. Ashwin bowls to him. Down the pitch he comes. Big hit. High. Is it long enough? It's more than long enough. It goes 20 rows back into the members' stand. And that's the first 6 of the night for Pakistan. And you can feel a bit of momentum building. Iftikhar Ahmed up to 29. And Pakistan 69 for 2.
Great shot by Iftikhar. Finally, just a little bit of air in the delivery from Ravi Ashwin. Iftikhar Ahmed down the pitch and helped himself over long end for a big 6. I thought it might have held up in the wind diffraction hitting this way, but it definitely didn't. It's gone. That's got to be 20 plus rows back. It's a big hit hitting this way towards the members' end.
It was an absolute monster in the end. Ashwin bowls very flat, unsurprisingly, on the leg stump, and he's tucked away for 1. Ashwin has to do the fielding himself near the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. He goes up to 30 now, Iftikhar. Shan Masood on the same score. Pakistan 70 for 2. Yeah, just the height that shot got initially, I thought that's hanging up in the breeze and it'll be caught down at long on. But no, they just kept going and going.
No, there was never any chance. Once we sort of realised, got a gauge on how far it was going, there was never any chance of that one being caught. But just a nice set there from Pakistan. I think it was 9 off the over. A few singles, a little bit more luck again, just clearing Rohit Sharma there with the finger tipper at short extra cover for a couple of runs. I think it was ball 3 and then the massive 6 from Iftikhar, ball 5 and then followed it up with a single. So a nice set, starting to build. to what might be a competitive total.
I was just thinking as we were chatting about you not bowling much spin, you said, I was watching George Dockrell today playing for Ireland and thinking players like him and Steve Smith and yourself, why do young spinners end up turning themselves into batters by the end of their career?
Oh, maybe it's just leg spinners might be too tough, mate. Looking for excuses.
Difficult craft. Start of a new over, and down on one knee goes Iftikhar Ahmed and thumps it for 6 over mid-wicket. Akshar Patel, the left-arm spinner, just dropped one on a length. Pakistan's quicks were on the money from ball one, but Akshar's first ball has gone into the stands, and that was a money shot. 76 for 2 Pakistan, and Iftikhar's up to 36.
Good play here from Pakistan, putting the pressure back on the Indian spinners. We've seen the Indian seamers really dominate the first, half of this bowling innings. Now putting the spinners under the pump.
Akshar Patel, left arm around the wicket and just backing away and trying to squeeze the ball out. Is Iftikhar Ahmed. He can only get a little under edge into the ground. Dinesh Karthik tidies up, no run. Well, that's some way to start. That is a mighty hit over mid-wicket into the Shane Warne stand. Down the pitch comes Iftikhar Ahmed and adds a third 6 to his collection. That's the biggest of the lot. It's gone over the sight screen. They've got a huge black tarpaulin blocking off a few thousand seats at that end of the ground, and it's disappeared somewhere among it. That is an absolute monster. He's up to 42, and he's hitting sixes at the biggest ground in the world. They're 82 for 2, Pakistan.
We talked about this being a big grounder, and that is not. These sixes are clearing by 20, 30 metres. They're huge.
The sound off the bat of that, they've found it in the cloth. They've returned it to Akshar Patel. He bowls to Iftikhar, who goes again. And he's nearly caught down the ground, but it's carried for 6. Flying into the air was KL Rahul. He got hands to it, but he couldn't tap the ball back into the field of play. He was airborne. He had no one there to try to help him with a relay catch. And in the end, he's only deflected it into the LED hoardings. And a 4th 6 for Iftikhar Ahmed, who's on to 48 from 30 balls. And Pakistan suddenly 88 for 2 in the 12th over.
Talk about momentum shifts. This is one.
This is a handbrake turn. Akshar Patel, a dot ball, as he just squeezes it from bat into pad, and the ball rolls out towards Silly Point. Well, 3 6s and 2 dots. Akshar has 1 ball to come in the over. He darts it, and Iftikhar Ahmed cuts, and he'll get at least a run here, maybe a couple. It beats Ashwin, and coming all the way around the deep backward point. The cover sweeper has to do the fielding, and they end up taking a 3rd run. So 6, 6, 6 and 3 for Iftikhar Ahmed from the over. He's taken 21 from it, and he's raised a half century for himself from 32 balls. Pakistan 91 for 2 after 12 overs.
And I know it seemed like, and it definitely was, just a couple of big hits, but it's smart batting. It's downhill at the MCG here, hitting towards the Shane Warne stand. He'll have everything in his favour down there. Hitting with the breeze, it's a short end. He's got the spinner on, he got the match-up. He seized the moment, took advantage of it, and really now has swung them, really swung the momentum probably back to about even now. I wouldn't say it's in Pakistan's favour, but finally Pakistan have got India under pressure probably for the first time in the game. So great moment there from Iftikhar and the Pakistan team. Hopefully now, the couple of overs to follow up, they can just, keep the momentum going.
An extraordinary intervention. That might be Akshar Patel's last over for the night.
Could be.
Reshuffling the bowling. Mohammad Shami's got the ball back in hand. I wonder if that was the plan. He bowls to Iftikhar and hits him on the toe and goes up for an appeal, but there was bat in that by the sound of it through our effects microphone. No run, 91 for 2. Inside edge there?
Definitely sounded like bat. It looked like bat live as well, sort of thing. Just touching back on that last over there from Akshar Patel. And it might have been just a little bit of inexperience from Rohit Sharma to bring the spinner on at that bottom end. He could have brought Mohammad Shami, who's bowling this over here at the member stand end. He could have waited an over, bowled Mohammad Shami down there to the short boundary, down breeze, and then brought Akshar Patel back here at the members end. So Be interesting to see if that little slip-up might cost them later on tonight.
Shami runs in. The bowl to Iftikhar, full, and again
close.
it strikes him on the pad. And this time the finger goes up. Well, Iftikhar looks like he's walking straight off. He's not consulting the non-striker. And there's the breakthrough. This could tilt things back the way of India drastically. Now they are having a little chat. Shan Masood's run over to him. But Iftikhar Ahmed's going to continue on his way. So he's out for 51 from 34 balls, hitting 4 sixes in his innings. An extraordinary display of hitting. But Mohammad Shami has the skills, has the smarts, a little bit of nibble from the seam to cut into him and hit him in front of middle stump, hitting about a third of the way up.
I think he'll be glad that he didn't review that once he gets back down,
Yes.
down underneath the members stand here at the MCG and looks on the change room screen inside. So, look, he's done a great job there. Iftikhar, he's really, as we spoke about, swung the momentum, but he's probably missed a trick. He just needed to consolidate there for a couple of balls and bide his time again. If he takes this over for even 5 or 6 and then gets another look at, you know, an Indian team under pressure back there at the members, at the Shane Warne stand end. So, great job, but, you know, always could be a little bit better, I guess. Glass half full, half empty sort of stuff.
Well, having another look at a spinner, that's what you would want if you were Pakistan, whether it was Ashwin or Akshar Patel, when you see how powerful he can be against spin. And Shami is such a good operator. He just bowls difficult lengths. We saw him in that practice match against Australia. They lost 4 wickets from the last 4 balls of the innings, Australia, and Shami took 3 of them. 1 was a run out. So 3 wickets to win the game when they needed half a dozen runs off the last over.
And he was straight off the bench as well.
Yeah, hadn't bowled. He's bowling now to Shadab Khan, who's slicing it off an outside edge to backward point on the bounce. And he's a very good attacking operator too, Shadab Khan. So at least Iftikhar's taken Pakistan into the back half of the innings with some momentum. And maybe their lower order hitters like Asif Ali and Shadab Khan can do some of the work, middle lower order. Taking a look around the field, Shadab Khan, an excellent leg spin bowler as well. Waiting for Shami, who's bowling full, and he's rifling the shot down the ground for 4. Lovely off drive from Shadab Khan to start things off. He's off the mark with a 4. And Pakistan, 95 for 3.
Shot of the night, comfortably, I think. Beautiful. Well, Iftikhar hit 4 huge sixes, but that was also very good. Quite a classy shot from Shadab Khan.
Well, you know you're a cricket purist when you prefer the classy shot for 4 instead of the monster hit for 6.
Yeah, to be honest, I might have, probably gone early there.
Well, you can't always be classy hitting a 6. Sometimes it's a more pragmatic operation. And it was when Iftikhar was getting to the pitch and lumping them into the stands. Mohammad Shami bowls to Shadab Khan. Bounce, serious bounce from the length. And Shadab Khan just flailed the bat around. It was nowhere near that ball in the end. Another dot ball for Mohammad Shami. So he's bowled outstandingly tonight. 1 for 14. 1 ball to come in his 3rd over.
That's the captain's nightmare there. Over pitches, half volley to Shadab Khan. Gets driven for 4. They take the slip out to mid-wicket and he bowls a Jaffa. It's a play and miss.
Now the slip's back in.
Yes, they're back to slip straight back in.
Rohit Sharma. Some dynamic captaincy as Mohammad Shami runs up to Shadab Khan, who advances and slices a drive just to the left of mid-off and races through for a single. So Pakistan back in the game, but they've lost an important wicket. 96 for 3 is the score after 13 overs. Shadab Khan on 5, Shan Masood on 30. And after this, it'll be Corbin Middlemass coming in.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio,
on the ABC Listen app,
Sport Digital,
and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Only wanna be with you. Only wanna be with you. Only wanna be with you. I only wanna be only wanna tell the whole world you're mine.
Thanks, Jeff. 3 for 96, Pakistan after 13, with Shadab Khan now on 5 and Shan Masood on 30. And Hardik Pandya is back into the attack from the southern end of the ground. Good evening, Whitey.
Corbin.
Gee, Iftikhar Ahmed. 4 sixes. His 2nd half century in T20 international cricket, now out for 51. The Shadab Khan squared up first ball Of the 14th over, it flies through to the keeper, so a dot ball. Pakistan 3 for 96. If you've just joined us, India won the toss. They decided to field first, and Babar Azam went on the first ball that he saw, trapped in front by Arshdeep Singh for a golden duck. Mohammad Rizwan, his opening partner, out for 4, hooking down to fine leg, caught by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar off the bowling of Arshdeep. And then Iftikhar Ahmed, after a handy partnership, 70 plus for the third wicket, was out LBW Shami in the previous over. 2 4s and 4 6s. And his knock of 51, trying to repair things for Pakistan. 14th over, 3 for 96. Shadab Khan awaits and crunches a ball high up into the night sky. It's gone a mile high, camped underneath it. Surya Kumar Yadav takes the catch. And just like that, Pakistan are 4 down. Hardik Pandya strikes and Shadab Khan goes for 5.
Rohit Sharma making the adjustment. Axar Patel went the journey last over from the southern stand end, bowling left arm orthodox. Rohit Sharma brings Hardik Pandya back on for pace and bounce to keep away from that short boundary. Bowls it hard into the wicket, does the trick. Shadab's gone for a big shot straight up in the air and very well caught actually, Corbin. Almost went out, I know this is a ginormous stadium and that's gone almost above the roofline.
He elevated up the order, the all-rounder, who we've seen here in the Bash in the past. Shadab Khan, playing domestic cricket in Australia. Short-lived though, his innings out for 5, caught Surya Kumar Yadav off the bowling of Hardik Pandya. So after a 76-run stand for the third wicket, Cameron White, all of a sudden, Pakistan lose 2 in quick succession. Iftikhar out for 51, Shadab Khan out for 5, and now 4 for 96 in the 14th.
Yeah, that's just the little momentum shifts within a 2020 game, isn't it? Iftikhar really shifted the momentum towards Pakistan, and then very quickly India have made some adjustments and grabbed that momentum back. So I guess that's what it's all about, 2020. You've only got a short period and it's a ball-by-ball sort of thing. You can't wait an over or two to make changes. You've got to do them on the run and do them quickly. India have done that well all night, apart from, a small period from Iftikhar.
Haider Ali is the new bat, the 22-year-old right-hander in the middle order. And it's 6 for Pakistan. He's got to slip in as well as the captain Rohit Sharma stands next to the keeper. Pandya continues and Haider Ali just defends back down the pitch. There's no run. It's been a good recovery from Pakistan. It was a slow start. Rizwan and Baba both out cheaply, and Pakistan had a lot to do after the power play and got themselves well and truly back in the game.
Yeah, they're definitely back in the game now. Now it's just important they finish off this last 6.5 overs. We've spoken a lot about around that 150 mark with Pakistan's bowling attack's got to be in the game. So they're still in a position to get that. They've got to play well, especially the next couple of overs.
Pandya tries again to Ali, goes aerial over the top of extra cover. It's like a 9-iron as it sits up on the edge of the 30-yard circle and getting across Mohammad Shami from mid-off fields. So that's an infield double. We don't see too many of them in T20 international cricket. He's off the mark with 2.
It's gone about 2 yards outside the 30-yard circle, and they've ran 2. It's a good effort, you're right.
Yeah, there's almost a catching cover, so he's only about 15 metres off the bat. Bit of room behind him, and Haider Ali was able to exploit it. Pushing 90,000 in the house at the MCG. As Hardik Pandya bowls again, Haider Ali just drops it on the leg side. No run. A dot ball, so just the 2 off the over so far. It's been a good one from Hardik Pandya.
And Rohit Sharma right onto it as well. No easy runs. You can see the ring fielders right up tight on the single. Hardik Pandya bowling accordingly. Really hitting a tight line. That test match line, still line and length, making it difficult. That's definitely the hardest area on the pitch for the Pakistani batters to score, and Rohit set a very good field there. Now just looking to make some adjustments, put an extra man back, just so Hardik can close out the over without maybe conceding a boundary.
So 5-4 field, but 3 back on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg. A sweeper, a deep point and 3rd man back on the offside. Hardik Pandya on his way again. It's clubbed in the air by Haider Ali. Hasn't got all of it. Surya Kumar Yadav takes the catch again. He's got 2 catches in the same over. Pandya's got 2 wickets. And Pakistan are on the ropes once more. 5 for 98. at the close of the 14th over. And what makes it all worse, Pakistan from such a dominant position, now 5 down. And that is not the way they wanted the over to end. Hardik Pandya, just with his hands on his hips, looks at the batter in Haider Ali and says, "Did you really think you were going to take me on over cow corner?" Not to be. He goes for 2. Haider Ali caught Surya Kumar off the bowling of Hardik.
After some great stuff from Iftikhar Ahmed for 4 or 5 overs, really swinging the momentum back in Pakistan's favour. Pakistan have had an absolute nightmare for the best part of 2 or 3 overs now. All they had to do was just consolidate after that good work from Iftikhar. Now it's just looked like panic batting, trying to slog, not really getting themselves in or playing smart. Can just knock it round and build a little bit more of a partnership before we get to these last 6 overs. Now they find themselves 98 for 5 and in a spot of bother again.
Former Aussie international Cameron White on grandstand cricket. More from Whitey throughout the night. 6 overs to go in the Pakistan innings if it lasts that long. 5 for 98. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ravi Bopara. Puts the headset on. Pakistan, after being 2 for 91, are now 5 for 98.
5 for 98. I don't blame them for playing their shots. They know they're going to get some big scores.
Ravi Chandra and Ashwin continues. Shan Masood belts it away on the offside. But just one, the cut shot out to the sweeper. And Virat Kohli and a single taken. Masood to 31.
It was almost like there was a message sent throughout the dugout to say, look, lads, we need to get on with it. We're going to need more than 140 in order to win this game. And they're probably right as well. With India's batting lineup, you're going to need more than 140, which is what they were sort of targeting at one stage.
Ashwin continues around down the leg side, and the new batting Mohammad Nawaz plays and misses. And a wide has been called for a leg side delivery. Nawaz, the 28-year-old lefty. His 49th T20 appearance. Awaits Ashwin. He's back in the crease and defending back down the pitch.
I mean, it wasn't only till Iftikhar's inning, really, where they got some momentum and got some runs on the board.
Ashwin in again on leg stump and turned around the corner by Nawaz. He's caught through for the single. Masood says, come on. And made his ground running to the danger end. So score ticks over to 5 for 101. What is the number, do you think, from what you've seen, Ravi, that is sort of at least the bottom line that Pakistan must get to?
I think 150 is the bottom line out here.
India with all the momentum coming down the track. Shan Masood hits it over the offside. It'll land safe. And does. Oh, hang on. Hold the phone. I think this may have hit the cabling. You don't see this too often as Shan Masood came down the track, hit it over the offside. There was a fielder out there in the deep at deep point, and the ball has hit the cabling for the Skycam and landed, and as a result, they've signalled dead ball.
Well, it did look a little bit weird because he came down, he gave it everything, and the ball he just lobbed up over the 30-yard circle. Something didn't look right with that as well.
I'm sure he thought he was in play for at one stage Virat Kohli, and the ball, it's almost like as a kid growing up where the ball hits the power line and then lands on the street when you're having a...
He actually went straight up.
Yeah. And drops down, and as a result, the umpire at square leg, Murray Rasmus, came in and said, look, dead ball. And you can understand the frustration from the fielders for India, pointing at the camera saying, get it out of here. May have cost them a wicket.
I think Shan Masood's very lucky there.
So the 4th ball of the 15th over will be re-bowled. Bizarre. Ashwin again to Masood. Hits it hard back at the bowler through his hands. Would have taken some stopping. Ashwin got his hands on it. And it squirts away up the ricochet towards Rohit Sharma, who runs back to the edge of the ring to retrieve it. And Shan Masood, it was stopped by the Skycam and then cracks the ball on the full back to the bowler. At full pelt, he gets 2 for that, moves to 33, but living dangerously.
It's a difficult catch. I think, you know, he's hit that quite hard. And flat back at Ashwin, always difficult to take. Just after the ball, your head's moving around, so it can never be that easy to take a catch. Just looks like Pakistan have really, they've made a decision that they're going to go be more aggressive.
Masuda waits, he cuts through point. Virat Kohli out there in front of the Ponsford stand, collects, has the throw in, but can't prevent the second. 2 more for Pakistan, 5 for 105.
And this is why I think 150 is a bottom line, is because there's so much space out there. With the skill of the Indian batsmen, who, you know, they're going to be good at running the ball, putting the ball in gaps, running twos. There'll always be scoring opportunities.
Last ball of the over is Ashwin on his way in, and Masood drives along the ground. Down to Axar Patel at long on for a single, and that's the end of the 15th over. Pakistan 5 for 106. Corbin Middlemass and Ravi Bopara on grandstand cricket. 5 overs to go in the Pakistan innings. The highlight so far, Iftikhar Ahmed, he made 51 of 34 balls, 2 fours, 4 sixes. Up top, Rizwan made just 4, and Babar Azam was the first man out, went for a golden duck in the second over. We think somewhere around the 90,000 mark, sort of pushing towards 6 figures in the house at the MCG and making plenty of noise for India and Pakistan. A real treat to have it in our country, and particularly here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the home of Australian sport. And they've made plenty of noise from the minute they walked in the stadium, and perhaps a few moments before that, Ravi.
Yeah, it's been an incredible atmosphere all day here so far, and we're not even halfway through yet.
We're a bit worried about what we're going to get early, that these teams play so infrequently, and when they have done at global tournaments, a lot of them have been lopsided. We thought early on, after 5 overs or so, oh, we're going to get the same thing again, but Pakistan have worked their way back into the game after being 2 for 15. They were 2 for 91. Now 5 for 106. Still with a bit of work to do. Shan Masood awaits Hardik Pandya, new over starting. Tucks it away backward of the square leg umpire for 1.
It's a crucial stage of the game now with 4 overs to go. And Pakistan, having lost a few wickets over the last couple of overs, but they've still got 5 in the, you know, they've still got 5 wickets in hand with 4 overs to go. It's not a bad position to be in. You can really put your foot down. You've got one batsman who's set, he's been there for over 30 balls now, so they're in a good position to get themselves up to 150.
Mohammad Nawaz awaiting his first ball here from the southern end of the ground. So just taking guard and following some instruction in his line from Murray Erasmus. Hardik Pandya in now, pushing across the left. He gets a short ball, cuts it over the top of backward point and away for 4. First boundary for Nawaz. Pakistan 5 for 111 in the 16th over.
Brilliant from Nawaz there. Short ball outside off stump, great placement. Again, another aggressive middle order batsman, known mainly for his bowling. He is a good all-rounder. I mean, you know, his performances in for Pakistan and in their local league, PSL, he's had some notable performances with the bat, but mainly known for his bowling. Ultra-aggressive batsman in the middle order.
Pandya tries again, the right arm quick to Nawaz, who's on the back foot defending, back down the pitch. Played a bit of a closing role in recent times, obviously in that middle order. The Tri-Series games in New Zealand recently had 45 not out in Christchurch against Bangladesh, and then last start against New Zealand in the final, 38 not out. Some handy contributions in the lead-up.
It's an interesting field that Hardik Pandya's got set to him. He's got mid on and mid off up. He's got 3 men out on the leg side, fine leg back, a deep square and a deep mid wicket. Sometimes can be predictable what length you're going to bowl.
Pandya on his way in again. He takes him down the ground with the field up, as Ravi mentioned, and all the way to the boundary for 4. Lifts it over mid-off. And Mohammad Nawaz with his second boundary in the over. Pakistan to 5 for 115.
Yeah, very, very good batting from Nawaz there, showing no respect for this field, and I think he's right. I don't think anyone should get away with setting a field like this unless you're bowling, you know, above 90 miles per hour and bowling hard into the wicket. You shouldn't be able to get away with a field like this for a medium pacer, and it's good batting from Nawaz. Dancing down the wicket and hitting it over mid-off. That's prompted a field change. Mid-on's gone back now. Third's come up into the circle.
Strikes at 136 in his career. Nawaz, as he gets a short ball, he's trying to just lift it over the top of third man, and he feathers an edge through to the keeper. And Dennis Kartik doesn't even bother to appeal. Just takes it clean, and Mohammad Nawaz goes for 9. Caught nicking through off the bowling of Hardik Pandya. No fuss in the celebration. Pakistan 6 down, 6 for 115.
Yeah, Nawaz just trying to make a little bit of room there. That delivery with short third up in the circle. He was just trying to make a little bit of room and carve it over point. But Hardik Pandya saw him moving away, kept it tight on him, and really cramped him for any room. It ended up coming off the glove and through to the keeper at a nice height, pretty comfortable. No appeal.
Oh, is it bizarre?
No appeal. Just ran through, celebrated. Nawaz did stand there for a while, then realised, hold on.
If we have to ask the question, we will.
Yeah.
But that is the ice-cold celebration, isn't it? Where,
it is,
you hit that, you're out. We're not even going to bother to carry on and on your bike, lad.
I had some bad experiences as a youngster when, you know, the experienced bowlers were on. I've just walked out, youngster, and they'll bowl a few away swingers, one in swinger, hit me on the pad in front of all 3. Umpire, they don't even appeal, they just walk through and go, hey, almost like it was meant to happen.
I love it. I always love when the keeper too, instead of celebrating, just rolls the ball to square leg.
Yeah,
you can have that umpire. He's definitely out. Asif Ali is the new bat. He's on strike awaiting Pandya, who's got 3, and he drives back between the non-striker and the stumps, and he'll get a single. Relatively comfortably. 1 more added to the total as Rohit Sharma collects that at mid-on. So 4 overs to go before the compulsory close of Pakistan's innings. 116 on the board, but now 6 down. So Shan Masood, he's 37 not out, the set bat, and Asif Ali's just joined him. He's off the mark, ball 1. 4 overs to go.
I mean, it's an ideal time for Asif Ali to come in. I would have liked to have seen him come in earlier, give him sort of 7 overs to play, because he's so dangerous. Hits the ball so clean. One of the best and cleanest hitters in world cricket. Fantastic bat swing, still head. I mean, I've seen him play some unbelievable knocks. Great to watch when he's in full flow.
He strikes at 134 in his career, Asif Ali. That's a career spanning 55 T20 internationals.
They're not going to be easy against the death bowling of Arshdeep. I think, you know, he's one of the better death bowlers in the IPL, as you've seen. Gets the ball right up there in the block hole.
He bowled 2 up front. He was electric. I had to save some overs for the death, so he's back now, the left arm quick. On his way into Asif Ali, he's defending the ball on off stump, and they'll scamper through for a single. Picked up in the end by Yuzvendra Chalal, who's on subbing at the moment at cover. Single taken, 6 for 117. And if anything, this was the question on India, wasn't it, in the field leading in, is how were they going to go at the death? So they have Arshdeep Singh, as you mentioned, as one option, but with no Jasprit Bumrah. And Ravindra Jadeja, obviously, both out injured, not part of this World Cup squad. Perhaps it's not as tense a moment for them as it may have been, given the fact Pakistan's already 6 down. Yeah,
I mean, it made the job a little bit easier by taking those 3 wickets quite quickly. But I do think throughout the tournament, it is going to be a test for India at the death, especially when you get onto better wickets during the tournament.
The setback on strike. The left-handed Masood, as he backs away, hits a slower ball over the infield, bouncing away out to deep backward point, and Virat Kohli is there to field. 2 more for Masood. He moves to 39. Pakistan 119 for 6.
Yeah, I think those true tests are going to come on when they play on some really, really good wickets. And you do get some fantastic wickets in Australia. And your death bowling can be really tested.
Pakistan in the group that includes South Africa. Probably the other big fish in their pool, and Pakistan and India, 2 of the top 3 ranked nations in the world in the T20 format. They're up straight here. There's Singh on his way in again, outside the off stump and backing away. Masood cuts through point for 1. Again, Kohli involved, and just the single this time. So Masood trapped down the non-striker's end. He moves to 40. 6 for 120, Pakistan in the 17th.
I just feel like India have gone with the tactic of using the side boundaries here. Those massive side boundaries here at the MCG. They've gone with that field with mid-on and mid-off up. generally all the way through the innings, just you're basically asking the batsman, well, I'm going to bowl it short, but are you good enough? Are you strong enough to hit it out there over that boundary, over those men? Many people won't be able to hit sixes to these side boundaries, so it's not a bad tactic.
Arshdeep Singh on his way in. He's bowling to the right-handed Asif Ali. It's short. He tries to duck it. He's hit. High up on the shoulder. Taken by the keeper in Dinesh Karthik. Is there an appeal? They haven't bothered. And he's turned and walked off, Asif Ali. It's come off the glove on the way through. And the catch taken by the keeper, Dinesh Karthik. And Asif Ali's got to go. Arshdeep Singh strikes again. That's wicket number 3. And Pakistan now 4 to be 7 down, 7 for 120.
Well, what a piece of bowling that is. He's absolutely got it spot on. That bouncer, short ball, aggressive in at Asif Ali's left ear. Perfect ball for Asif Ali. He doesn't particularly enjoy fast, short bowling. From what we've seen in the past, it was almost a perfect ball, lobbed up off the glove to the keeper. Pretty easy catch in the end, and India in the driving seat again. They're into the bowlers now.
Yeah. Staring down the barrel of being bowled out here. Pakistan 7 for 120 in the 17th over. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's on the comeback trail from injury, has played, or has at least been able to participate in the practice despite missing the tri-series over in New Zealand. And this isn't really the discipline that he's renowned for. So 19 at 9.5. That's his career runs. Just 19 runs in this format of the game with a high score of 10 not out. Albeit he wouldn't have had that chance to have too much of a hit across his 41 game career so far.
That's a crucial partnership there. I think Pakistan have to get another 20-25 runs out of these last few batters. They have got a very, very good bowling lineup, but in order to put any pressure on the Indian batsmen, they've got to get themselves as close to 150 as possible.
Masood, the set bat, watching on at the non-strikers end. Shaheen Shah Afridi takes a ball off leg stump from Arshdeep Singh backward of square for a single. He wants to come back for 2, and he's going to get them relatively easily. To Surya Kumar Yadav, he fields it deep backward square. Can't wait to have him, to watch him have a hit throughout the tournament. What form he's been in for India across the calendar year. And Arshdeep Singh, who's got an important role to play, as we mentioned, in the absence of Bumrah. He's had an outstanding night up front. And now come back to bowl the 17th over and has the figures of 3 for 16, the young man. With 1.5 billion people watching on. Arshdeep Singh, last ball of the over, a yorker down the leg side to Shaheen Shah Afridi, and a wide signalled for the leg side delivery. 7 for 123.
How many of those 1.5 billion are listening to us?
Oh, most of them, I
think,
would have the TV synced up with the radio call, surely.
Definitely.
Yeah. Imagine that's what you'd be doing if you weren't here working the game, Ravi.
100%.
It's great to have you with us wherever you're listening. ABC Radio, Sport Digital, BBC 5 Sports Extra. Arshdeep Singh, last ball of the over, a slower ball and driven through the covers. Breaks the infield, and Shaheen Shah Afridi will get back for 2 as Virat Kohli works around to a deep extra cover to retrieve it. End of the 17th, Pakistan 7 for 125 with Afridi on 4 and Shan Masood on 40. Corbin Middlemass and Ravi Bopara on Grandstand Cricket. We do have an SMS number if you want to get involved as well, wherever you're listening around the world. So +61 467 920 222 is the SMS number. That's +61 467 920 222. Loving Ravi's knowledge of the players. Mayhead, nice to hear from you. You can keep them coming through on the SMS throughout the night. A lot of love for Cameron White as well. Rather predictable, isn't it? He's a popular man and part of our team again on Grandstand Cricket tonight.
He's the homeboy, isn't he?
He is. Victoria's favourite son. He's just moved franchises in the Big Bash after some time with the Adelaide Strikers, off to join the coaching unit with The mighty Sydney Cricket Sixers. The team in magenta, which is an unusual colour for a sports team, which is a shade of pink. Mohammad Shami's back, bowling from the southern end. Pakistan 7 for 125. Tashan Masood tries the ramp. He plays and misses. Ends up down the leg side, and because he changed his stance, that won't be a leg side wide. It'll be a dot ball. 7 for 125.
Yeah, attempted scoop. It's the first time we've seen it in this innings. It's actually not a bad shot on this ground. I mean, it's not easy just to pump it over that field, you know, with the massive boundaries. It's almost a good option to get inside and just ramp it if you can.
Shami continuing around the wicket to Masood, thick outside edge, and it'll go for 4. They just brought third man up inside the ring, and Masood makes them pay. A boundary off the thick outside edge, and Pakistan with 4 more move to 7 for 129.
Well, they say you create your own luck. He's gone for the ramp. He's actually missed the ramp, but what it's done is it's prompted a change in the field. Fine leg goes back, third comes up, and he gets a thick outside edge, and you could say you create your own luck, don't you?
Absolutely. What's it? Lucky's the residue of design. And Shan Masood, who is now 44 not out. There's a lot of talk about whether he would get a start or not, with Fakhar Zaman pushing to try and come back into the team. In the end, didn't make it up with a knee complaint, so Shan Masood gets the start. And he's on the precipice of a half-hundred. In game 1 of the tournament for Pakistan. He's on 44, awaits Shami, hits it in the air, just wide of mid-on. Away for 4. Masood with back-to-back boundaries. And Pakistan have got to go.
Totally agree, they've got to go. Really put their foot down here and see if they can get themselves another 25 runs. Get themselves right up there. I think a lot of people will be thinking, you know, that 150, 160 will be very challenging with some of Pakistan's bowlers, with the amount of movement that's been about today. There might be even more swing later on tonight. We don't know. We'll find out soon enough.
An imposing pace trio for Pakistan to come later tonight as Shami short, trying to lift it over the offside and playing and missing through to the keeper, Dinesh Karthik. Shan Masood on 48 off 38. The bowling trio for Pakistan, if you weren't with us earlier, so Haris Ralph and Shaheen Shah Afridi walk-up starts, but in the end it's Naseem Shah, the teenager, who gets the nod over Muhammad Wasim Jr. So Naseem Shah to partner his experienced colleagues. 4 ball on leg stump, clipped away by Shan Masood down to fine leg. Arshdeep Singh fields and just a single. So Shan Masood moves to 49. Pakistan 7 for 134 in the 18th over.
It's looking a little bit better for Pakistan here. Just edging them ways. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's capable. He can hold a bat, he can knock it around, he can get himself off strike. He's not one of those tail-enders, you know, he's not an old-fashioned tail-ender where, you know, almost holding the bat upside down.
Really, all he's got to do here is get through 1 ball, and Shan Masood will have the strike for the 19th over. Mohammad Shami coming around the wicket to Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's on 4. Clips it off his pads, backward a square. They get 1. Shan Masood says wait there, and Virat Kohli keeps it to a single. A nice bit of work, so the bowler on strike to start the penultimate over. Shaheen Shah Afridi moves to 4. Shan Masood is on 49. And Pakistan with 2 overs to go. Sent into bat, 7 for 135.
I think it's hard to know whether the pitch has got better as the innings has gone on. Was there a little bit of dampness, you know, in the early part of the game where we saw all that swing and seeing movement? It's hard to say. I mean, you never know until two teams are batted on it. So, I mean, we're looking forward to the second half of this game, but these next 12 balls are crucial for both teams here.
Feel free to put your name on your SMSs as well. No name on this one, no pack drill, but of the 1.5 billion listeners around the world, I'm one of maybe half a dozen listening from Germany. As a British expat, I miss watching you play at Essex Ravi. As Arshdeep Singh bowls the 19th over to Shaheen Shah Afridi, it bounces off his thigh pad and runs away very fine down through third man. Got a little inside edge onto the body, and as a result, he'll get another single. He moves to 6. Pakistan 7 for 136.
From the Netherlands, did you say?
Germany.
Oh, Germany.
Germany. I see Germany played in the qualifiers, actually, for the pre-qualifying period for the T20 World Cup. Obviously, the teams that made it through out of the Associate Nations playing in the group stage last week. And we're into the Super 12s as Arshdeep Singh bowls a slower ball. It's cracked away back with a point by Shan Masood. He scampers through for a single. And that single will give him the opportunity to lift his bat for just the 3rd time in his T20 international career. He shakes hands with his partner Shaheen Shah Afridi and Shan Masood. It's a hell of a knock. 50 off 40. With both openers out cheaply, they had a bit of work to do at 3 and 4. And after a half ton for Iftikhar Ahmed, Shan Masood joins in with 50 not.
And he sort of held the innings together a little bit when they were in trouble. He came in when they were in big trouble. And he's played well, he's played sensibly.
Afridi on strike, awaits Arshdeep Singh, it's short. He clubs it away over the long boundary for 6. Gee, it's set up halfway down the track. And Shaheen Shah Afridi says, I'm having some of that. Puts it over the fence, 8 rows back.
Ah, that's gone absolutely miles. That's the biggest hit of the day, it's got to be. Whew. On the longest part of the boundary as well, he's just advanced down the wicket. Just gave himself that leverage and that power.
That was an absolute bomb. How far do you reckon that would be? It's got to be 100.
It's got to be 90 at least. He's a Pathan, you know a Pathan. They're very strong, and they hit the ball a long way. Shahid Afridi, Pathan.
Yes.
Iftikhar Ahmed.
Pathan. And now Shaheen Afridi. Awaits Arshdeep Singh. Full. Belts it. Straight back down the ground for 4. Mid-off, up inside the ring, stood no chance. 10 in 2 balls. Pakistan 7 for 147.
This is brilliant from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not only is he, for me, the best T20 bowler in the world, but he's proven himself with the bat here. He's got the power. He's turning into a very, very, very good cricketer.
I mentioned when he walked out to bat his highest score, and this format of the game was previously 10. He's gone past that in a hurry, 16 not. Awaits Arshdeep Singh, it's full at leg stump, he got a little bit on it, not taken cleanly by Dinesh Karthik with the gloves, and they'll scamper through for 1. He got a bit of his pad on the way through, says umpire Rod Tucker, so a leg bye has been signalled, but you count them all the same. 7 for 148 Pakistan with the ball to come in the 19th.
That was a good comeback from Arshdeep Singh there, really cramping him for room, not giving him any space. It's what he's good at. It's what we saw him do in the IPL and be successful is really cramp up those batsmen with that Yorker. One of the best Yorker bowlers in India, well, apart from Bumrah, of course.
It's been a big over, 13 from it. Arshdeep Singh, final ball of the night, full on leg stump, turned away off his toes by Shan Masood, down to fine leg for 1. And a calm single taken to end the over. It keeps Masood on strike for the final over of the innings. He's 51 not out. Shaheen Shah Afridi's on 16, and Pakistan, having been asked to bat first, 7 for 149. And they've had to do it largely without their dynamic duo up top. Babar Azam was out for a golden duck, and Mohammad Rizwan just 4, having soaked up 12 deliveries. And Pakistan have 149 on the board with an over to come. Who bowls it? Ravi?
Bhuvanesh Kumar. So 1 left.
He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 14.
I'm surprised Shaheen Shah Afridi didn't send Shan Masood back there that last ball. He said, no, I'll take strike.
He's hitting them clean.
Yeah, I'm striking at over 200.
About him to come, Naseem Shah in at 10. And then Harris Ralph at Jack. So they're the last two that...
They are old school.
Yes, so they're more tail-enders than our man.
They are tail-enders.
Shaheen Afridi. That'd be part of Jimmy Anderson's mob.
Yeah.
Tail-enders of the world.
Yeah.
A few field changes here as Rohit Sharma just marshalling his troops, standing at extra cover. So mid-off's up inside the ring, and they're up behind the batter as well. So fine leg and third man inside the circle. Protection square and down at long on as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar well wide of the off stump. 2 wide. One more to the Pakistan score. 7 for 150. And still, we haven't started the final over.
Yeah, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar trying to go for the wide line. First ball back. Sometimes first ball back is hard to find your radar.
Must be hard bowling 3 up front and then spending a whole lot of time in the field, and all of a sudden to bowl at the death. And Shan Masood, who's well set, just crunches a ball to Hardik Pandya at mid-off, and they get an easy single. And there's some idiot that's run out onto the field and has run towards the bowler to make contact with Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and now he's going to be tackled by security. So he ran straight up to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and that must be a scary moment for the bowler, wondering what's happening as someone jumps the fence, but he just wanted to touch him on the way through and then surrendered to security.
Just wanted to high five.
Have you ever had any episodes with pitch invaders across your career?
I've been on the field quite a few times when it's happened.
Yep. Is there any moments where you're thinking, oh no, I hope they don't come up to me here, or?
No, never been worried about it.
He made a beeline for the bowler, ran straight at him with pace, and then, as you said, had to slow down to get the high five. And almost as soon as he did, he was satisfied and threw his hands up and said, "You can have me." He's got a fair fine coming his way. Final over continues. Short ball hit back to the bowler. Shaheen Shah Afridi got it off the cue end, bobbled up, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar catches it on his follow through. Afridi out for 16. 4 balls to come in the innings. Pakistan 8 down. 8 for 151. Afridi out for 16.
Yeah, it's just rushed him a bit. That's just come off the splice of the bat. Sometimes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar's got the ability to rush you a little bit, because he sort of jogs in and you think he's just a medium pacer, but he's got that zip through the air off the pitch, which can rush you a little bit. It's just rushed him there. Maybe the guy that ran onto the field just gave him just a bit of luck, just touched him for him. Here you go, mate. I'm going to get you a wicket.
So the high five followed by the wicket. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar now 1 for 16, his figures. And it's Harris Ralph who's going to come in at number 10. And Shan Masood walks all the way down the pitch, and no doubt their conversation that they're having is, you need to get me on strike ASAP.
He is saying that, but Naseem Shah ain't listening. I've played with that guy. Absolute beauty.
So here we go, Ralph on strike, gets a full toss, leg stump, and punishes it over square for 6. How about that? Harris Ralph, first ball he got, a fully on leg stump, puts it over the rope. 8 for 157.
What's the top order been doing? The lower orders come in and hit all the 6s there, and the boundaries, they've been fantastic down the back end there.
That's a big-time strike. Harris Ralph says, I got it. Halfway through the 20th over, 8 for 157. Bhuvaneshwar tries again, a big wild swing. He plays and misses straight through to Kartik. He took a glove off. Almost like indoor cricket, he's got his glove in the back of his pants. And he's just rolling with the 1 mitt at the moment in the inner, sort of ready to throw.
They're having another chat down the middle. I think that chat is more, look, if it goes through to the keeper this time, we're going to run. A little bit surprised they didn't run that time.
So right glove off with the DK behind the stumps. Harris Ralph awaits Bhuvaneshwar Kumar playing a miss. Kartik picks up, holds it in the inner, feints to throw. The batters say we won't worry about it, and a dot ball. As good as a wicket at this stage for India.
Got to risk a run there, I think. Get the set batsman back on strike.
Well, if this is a legal ball, Shan Masood's faced his last delivery of the innings. And Harris Ralph has seen 3 of them. Hit the first one for 6. Missed 2. Bhuvaneshwar, last ball of the innings. He's missed a 3rd. And Devish Kartik's missed the stumps. The bowler, Kumar's, missed them at the non-striker's end. And they're going to scurry through for 2 byes off the last ball. And 2 misses from no more than 5 metres away for the Indian fielders and the keeper. And in the end, Pakistan compile 159 after being asked to bat first. And after early trouble, they're in the game with that score. 8 for 159 after 20. Harris Ralph finishes with 6 not out. And Shan Masood, the 3rd time he's passed 50 in his T20 international career, he's 52 not out at the close.
It's always quite funny to see that. When you're quite close to the stumps and miss. And they're pinching it. I'll tell you what, they wouldn't want to lose by a run here, would they?
So the target is 160 for India. It's pretty simple, Ravi. It's 8 and over from here. How does that feel as a total after being asked to bat first?
I think Pakistan would feel like they're in the game here. They know they've got a strong bowling lineup. You know, they've got 2 or 3 seamers in there. They're wicket-taking seamers, especially Shaheen Shah. They'll need a good start from him to pick up a couple of early wickets for India. But then again, on the other hand, you've got such a long batting lineup, experienced batters who've chased down scores many times, and they'll know how to go about it. I think right now the favourites are India, but you just never know with Pakistan what they might pull out the hat.
I'm disappointed we never got to see Naseem Shah have a hit after your comments about you used to play with him.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's probably not worth it. Probably not worth watching anyway.
But he rates himself as a striker of the ball.
Well, he's a beauty.
As a number 11.
Well, he does rate himself as a batter. He keeps in the nets so often. When I was bowling at him, he'd be chirping me as a batsman.
You would have got his wicket a few times though, Ravi?
You know what it's like in the nets, yeah. Where batters get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. It's 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that's 6, that's 4.
Yeah. And they're never out.
Never out. Never out.
Ravi Bopara with us on Grandstand Cricket. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and that is the innings break. So play to resume just after 9 o'clock local time. So we've got about an 8-minute interval. Just to take you through the innings. So Pakistan asked to bat first. Babar Azam was the first man out. He was trapped in front by Arshdeep Singh. First ball. It was a dramatic start. So Arshdeep was able to strike there. He followed up by picking up the scalp of Mohammad Rizwan, and over later caught hooking down at fine leg off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh, of course, caught by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, so he was out for 4. And then the repair job was on. 76 added for the 3rd wicket as Iftikhar Ahmed finished up with 51 off 34, 2 4s but 4 6s. With some clean strikes around the MCG, finished with 51 before he was trapped in front, LBW, off the bowling of Mohammad Shami. That triggered a little bit of a collapse after being 2 for 91. All of a sudden, Pakistan were 5 for 98. They lost Shadab Khan for 5, caught by Surya Kumar Yadav off the bowling of Hardik Pandya. And later in the same over, he got Haider Ali, who was out for 2. 6th man out was Mohammad Nawaz. He was caught by the keeper off Pandya's bowling as well. So Hardik had his 3rd. Nawaz was out for 9. Asif Ali came and went, out for 2. He too nicking through to the keeper off the bowling of Arshdeep Singh as Singh picked up his 3rd. And then Shaheen Shah Afridi was out in the final over. He was caught and bowled by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar for 16. Shah Masood's 52 not out at the end of the innings, and Harris Ralph is 6 not out, having faced the 4 balls at the end. 12 sundries made up of 2 byes, 4 leg byes and 6 wides. After 20 overs, Pakistan 8 for 159. The bowling for India, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, 4 overs, 1 for 22. Arshdeep Singh, 4 overs, 3 for 32. Mohammad Shami, 4 overs, 1 for 25. Hardik Pandya, 4 overs, 3 for 30. Ravichandran Ashwin, 3 overs, no wicket for 23. And Axar Patel bowled 1 over and went the journey. No wicket for 21. We've got a blackout here at the innings break as the floodlights have been switched off, and they've asked the 90+ thousand in the house to hold up their cell phones with the light showing. So it looks like a bunch of fireflies scattered around this sporting coliseum in Melbourne, as the Pakistani fielders do their best to warm up through the limited light that they do have. They're defending a score of 159, so 8 and over required for India when their innings resumes momentarily. In the meantime, an opportunity for us to pause from the Melbourne cricket ground and check out the latest ABC News headlines.
Hello, David Rowlands with the latest from the ABC Newsroom. Low pressure systems heading towards New South Wales over the next 24 hours are expected to exacerbate widespread flooding. One moving eastward from South Australia is threatening inland areas. A second pushing south from Queensland has made the northern rivers an area of concern. Victorians in flood-affected areas are being urged to pay attention to emergency warnings and evacuate when necessary. SES Chief Operations Officer Tim Wiebosch says around 300 of the 750 water rescues during the latest flood emergency have involved people who ignored evacuation warnings. He says once residents have finished flood mitigation measures, it is time to go. The Federal Climate Change Minister Chris Bowen has confirmed that Australia will join a global pledge to reduce methane emissions. The Morrison government refused to sign the US and European Union-led pledge to cut methane emissions by 30% this decade, citing concerns over its impact on the beef sector. Mr Bowen says Australia will be joining more than 120 other nations which have already signed up to the voluntary agreement. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has sent his congratulations to China's President Xi Jinping after he was appointed as leader for an unprecedented third term. According to the Kremlin, Putin has told him he looked forward to continuing to develop what he called a comprehensive partnership between Russia and China. This is ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
Everything changes once you start playing basketball again, because that's where the narrative shifts.
I just think they really can't get rid of him. He loves cricket too much.
There's kind of two classes of sport here, and netball is not in the top one.
We got better shoes that we're wearing. You get better conditions in races sometimes. And the 2-hour marathon's going to go.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup.
First ball from the southern end to Baba. Strike on the pad. Big shout. He's out. Baba, his arms dismissed. Ball one. Trapped in front for a golden duck.
Iftikhar up to 23. Ashwin bowls to him. Down the pitch he comes. Big hit. High. Isn't long enough. It's more than long enough. It goes 20 rows back into the members' stand. And that's the first 6 of the night for Pakistan. Down the pitch comes Iftikhar Ahmed and adds a third 6 to his collection. That's the biggest of the lot. It's gone over the sight screen. They've got a huge black tarpaulin blocking off a few thousand seats at that end of the ground. And it's disappeared somewhere among it.
Tanshdeep Singh bowls a slower ball. It's cracked away back with a point by Shan Masood. He scampers through for a single, and that single will give him the opportunity to lift his bat for just the third time in his T20 international career. Bhuvaneshwar, last ball of the innings. He's missed a third. And Dinesh Karthik's missed the stumps. The bowler Kumar's missed them at the non-striker's end. And they're going to scurry through for 2 byes off the last ball. And 2 misses from no more than 5 metres away for the Indian fielders and the keeper. And in the end, Pakistan compile 159.
This is the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app and across the BBC.
Pakistan were 2 for 15 early on, so we've got a game after they were able to rebuild it on the back of Shan Masood and Iftikhar Ahmed, both making half hundreds. And as a result, 160 is the target that's been set for India. 8 and over from here required. Pakistan just warming up in the field. We're only a few moments away from the run chase commencing on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, through the ABC Listen app, and of course on BBC 5 Sports Extra on the World Cup button, or of course via BBC Sounds for listeners in the UK. You can send us a message. The SMS number is +61 467 920 222. That's +61 467 920 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside former Australian international Cameron White. 160, Whitey. Who's on top at the halfway mark?
Oh, geez, Corbin, you're putting me on the spot there. Look, I think I know I'm sitting on the fence, but it's very evenly poised. I know I said off the top that I thought Shaheen Shah Afridi really held the key to the game. And I think the Pakistani batters, although it wasn't really a conventional 20 overs of batting, they sort of was an absolute roller coaster, really. They've got to a total, which I think is definitely in the game on this surface. We saw early from the Indians, from Bhuvaneshwar and Arshdeep, plenty of swing, a little bit of seam movement. And I'm just watching Shaheen Shah Afridi warm up, and there is definitely still some swing about. We know that he can do some damage back into these right-handed top-order Indian players, and that's exactly what the Pakistanis will be looking from him, to take a couple of early wickets and really, put the Indians under a lot of pressure.
The Indian top six is loaded. The question mark sort of
it's red hot.
The question mark coming in was how they were going to go with the ball. They were on top for periods. It was a bit of a roller coaster innings, wasn't it? Where for large periods it looked like they wouldn't get anywhere near the 159 that they've been able to compile. But that's the target, 160 for India. As the openers make their way out, it is KL Rahul alongside Rohit Sharma. And then after that, you got Virat Kohli in at 3. Suryakumar Yadav, who is probably the most informed batter in world cricket, I think it's fair to say at the moment. And then after that, the likes of Hardik Pandya and Axar Patel. So that's a pretty imposing top six.
It certainly is. I was actually lucky enough to be in India a few weeks ago when Australia played India over there away in the away series for Australia. But that particular series, I thought, was the highest standard of cricket that I think I've ever seen from two teams. So coming into this World Cup, this T20 World Cup, I thought India and Australia were definitely the favourites. Obviously, Australia off to a bad start last night, but some of the guys you've just mentioned there from India, and in particular in that series, were just electric.
That's high praise. You've seen a lot of T20 cricket.
Just the standard of both. It just seemed as though everyone was bowling so fast. The batters were just absolutely on as well, and just the standard between the two teams was just, it was really as good as I've ever seen, sort of thing. So this matchup here, I think, is crucial. I think we saw the Pakistani batters took a fair while to adjust to the Australian conditions. And I think it'll be interesting to see how the Indians adapt as well. They're coming off a practice match up at the Gabba versus the Australians where the wicket was unbelievable. It was basically, 200 plays 188 or something up there at the Gabba. This wicket is not that pure. I think, as I said, 160 or 159 from Pakistan's definitely in the game. Can Pakistan really make use of this new ball, take a couple of early wickets and, put the Indians under some pressure?
Ravi asked the question earlier about, do we usually see the ball hoop around like that at the MCG? You've obviously played an awful lot of cricket here. I think we're all a little shocked as to how much it moved early.
Yeah, I think it's just a product of the weather we've had over the last month. We've had a lot of rain. I think record rainfalls not only here in Melbourne but around the country. I was just checking my phone there, and a couple of people just texted me saying maybe swing might be a bit of a theme for this tournament just because of the rainfall we've had around the country. So we're about to see some high-class swing here from Shaheen.
He's back in the side after recovering from injury, and this is what he's in the team to do. Takes the new ball up front from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground, the southern end of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. His first ball will be to KL Rahul. The last two innings he's had at this level were both half-hundreds. Shaheen pushing across the right-hander. First ball is played back to the bowler on the hop. He fields in his follow-through and a dot ball to start. 160 the target for India. The run chase is underway.
Geez, he went for the glory ball first up, Corbin. The in-swinging Yorker.
Don't worry about setting it up. Just go straight to it.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't look like much of a, it's a full toss in. But, if you commit your left foot for a right-handed batsman too far across, that's just going to hit you straight in the middle of the shin at 140-odd clicks.
Only just short of the big man too, trying to take the return catch. Got spectacular hair too, Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's all slicked back, and he's sporting a beard as well. And he's not happy, or at least the batter isn't happy with something happening behind the bowler. So the side screen is, as you're used to seeing in ICC events nowadays, it's basically a whole block that's been blacked out with a big sheet. And he sent one of the fielders down there to goal move, was it either a sheet of paper or a hat? Some sort of white thing that was catching the eye line of KL Rahul. Somehow stood out enough, and that's been moved, and we're ready to continue. Second ball of the run chase. Afridi bowls to Rahul, an inside edge. And a French cut down to fine leg for a single as Naseem Shah fields. And India are away. KL Rahul with a single, no wicket for one.
We saw with the Indians with the ball, they hardly bowled a bad ball for probably the first 30 to probably best part of 6 overs, really, before Mohammad Shami bowled a cut shot to the left-handed Masood. So it'd be interesting to see how the Pakistanis go here. Just bowling accuracy, as simple as it sounds, is just important. Let the wicket do the work for you here. Let the grass and that moisture, as we just spoke about, do the work for you. Still a few side screen issues or something going on here.
You played a lot of cricket around the world, Cam. Did any of this ever bother you, that what was happening with the side screen, particularly when it is all blacked out like this in a block?
I must admit, I was a little bit fussy with sight screens and people near the bowler's arm, but you can see 2 little white dots, probably right on the line of Shaheen's release point down there at the Shane Warne stand end. So
I've just put the binoculars on those. They're the 4 and 6 signs that they hand out. So they've obviously either been thrown up in the air in celebration at a certain point, come down from the upper decks and landed on the black sheets that are spread out over that block behind the bowler at the southern end.
Now it's someone's job to crawl across the black matting to try and get those off. It's probably actually one of Iftikhar's sixes landed about on that second 6 sign, so about 100 yards back. I think we're right to go again, though. Although the security guard's now in the road down the southern stand end there. The fluoro would be no good behind Shaheen's arm, I wouldn't have thought.
Security guard.
Yep, he's in trouble.
Bright yellow. I feel like we need to go back and have some cricket etiquette lessons, don't we? I feel like not enough of us understand the protocol of, look, just wait till the end of the over before you start walking up and down the aisle. Certainly do not walk behind the bowler's arm. I don't even like people walking in the aisle in between overs in other parts of the ground, let alone behind the bowler's arm. And now one of
the security guard's trying to do the right thing, and he's standing right behind Shaheen Afridi's arm.
And Shadab Khan had to run back to him and say, mate, you're the issue. Keep moving out of the way.
Oh, now someone's going to climb across the seats, I think.
This has been the slowest start to a run chase I can remember. Shaheen Shah Afridi on his way in. First ball to Rohit Sharma, clipped off his pads. Backward to the square leg umpire, Rod Tucker, for a single. And they get one out into the deep to Iftikhar Ahmed, who fields it deep backward square. So just 2 allowed out, of course, for the first 6 overs during the power play. And for KL Rahul, that's deep backward square and third man who are back on the road.
Maybe just seeing a little bit of rust here from Shaheen Shah Afridi, just missing his mark ever so slightly. Maybe a little bit of lack of match competitive practice.
And he comes again here, bowls to Rahul, who jams down on it, just past the diving effort to the fielder at backward point. Picked up in the end by Shan Masood, and just a single taken. So he moves to 2. Rohit Sharma's on 1, and India chasing 160 to win. A 3 without loss.
He's definitely giving it every chance to swing, Corbin, that's for sure. Very full, almost, a couple of full tosses and, and 2 Yorkers, really. So ideally, just like to be nudging the knee roll of Rohit Sharma here as opposed to that really, really full length. So let's see how he goes here with his 5th ball.
Rohit Sharma whacking away that heavy bat. Waits Shaheen Shah Afridi as he bunts down on a Yorker out on the offside. There's no run, and collected at cover by Asif Ali. Mentioned the SFS, the SMS. Ants from Levin across the ditch, who always joins us via the ABC Listen App, loving the coverage of India and Pakistan. And Sam in Chennai in India. Nice to have you with us, Sam. Looking for Jim Maxwell, the voice of summer. He'll certainly be back. Got a big test summer coming up, 5 matches, and you'll be hearing plenty from Jim across the summer. Shaheen Shah Afridi full on off stump, but Rohit Sharma drives through extra cover, breaks the infield. He'll get a couple for it. 2 more added to the tally for India, and Rohit Sharma to 3. India no wicket for 5, and that is the end of the first over. The target 160. India no wicket for 5, and big shout out to Jim as well. He'll be listening at home, I'm sure.
You bet.
Has his radio sort of arc welded to the ABC, so he's unable to change the channel at any
has
stage.
no other channels possible.
Very conservative start to the run chase. 5 off the first.
Yeah, no great damage done for Pakistan there, but probably being a little bit critical of Shaheen there. Just missed his mark a bit. You know, a lot of full tosses. You actually just got a little bit too full. Really searching for the swing. As opposed to India's sort of like first couple of overs, really hitting the top of the stumps and using the seam movement there. So let's see what Naseem Shah can do here. He'll be looking to swing away from the right-handers as opposed to Shaheen Afridi coming back in.
And this man can move the ball.
Certainly can, at decent pace as well.
Ooh. Teenage right-arm quick, Naseem Shah. Number 71 on his back. That's a big, heavy number. There's actually 3 guys in the Pakistan team today that have numbers in the 90s. Shah Masood, Iftikhar Ahmed and Harris Ralph.
You would have been a low sort of number man, were you, Corbin?
Absolutely.
Me too, I must admit.
Yeah, we both grew up in the southern part of Australia, and Aussie rules is obviously the big culture here, and generally it's low numbers carry the day.
Yep.
KL Rahul is on strike. No wicket for 5 India. Naseem Shah beats him, ball 1, angled in at leg stump, a shout for leg before. And umpire Rod Tucker walks away. He's not interested. And a dot ball to start for Naseem Shah.
Maybe KL Rahul just expecting a bit of swing there, which was probably fair enough, but the ball didn't swing. If anything, it probably just slid in a bit. Just fell over himself there a little bit. Probably lucky to get away with that, just sliding down leg.
The India Jite Kar chants getting louder. Rahul on strike, off drive. Picks out the fielder though, hits it straight to Babar Azam, the captain, who fields at mid-off. And a dot ball. Corbin Middlemass and Cameron White on Grandstand Cricket. ABC Radio Sport Digital and the Listen app, and on BBC 5 Sports Extra, and via BBC Sounds for our listeners in the UK. Just a chance for everyone to take a breath after the innings break. Watching Naseem Shah on his way in. A short ball outside off, and uppercut from KL Rahul down to the third man boundary to be pulled up inside the rope. And Haider Ali fields. They come back for a second, so KL Rahul moves to 4. Rohit Sharma's on 3, and India no wicket for 7 in the second over.
Corbin, I know I really sat on the fence when you asked me who was sort of on top of the halfway mark, but just the way the ball is now reacting off the surface, I think the wickets maybe just dried out a smidgen. The ball doesn't look to be swinging as much or seaming as much. So it just makes me think like this run chase might be pretty achievable for India.
It's troubling for Babar Azam, the captain, who watches on at mid-off. As Naseem Shah on middle stump and Rahul defends. Back out on the offside, the bowler fields. Another dot ball, so just having a look India, but as Cameron White outlined, we haven't seen it hooping around corners like it did for India up front.
And that was a very nice ball from Naseem there. That's probably what they're looking for, more of those balls. Just that test match length, the top of off stump on a tight line, presenting the seam, looking to extract any last movement out of this MCG pitch.
In comes Shah again, and he chops on. Played back onto his pegs, KL Rahul, he's out. And Naseem Shah, the teenager, strikes in the second over. India 1 for 7.
Bit of extra bounce there from Naseem. Lovely length. Again, just that simple test match sort of areas. Slightly back of a length, high on the splice of Rahul's bat. Just roll back onto the stumps. Handy breakthrough for Pakistan. Into the game now. And out steps the big man, Virat Kohli.
And he's wasting no time getting out there, Virat, as he strides to the middle. And he's inside the 30-yard ring before KL Rahul has made it out of there. Rahul goes for 4, bowled by Naseem. And ordinarily, we don't see much celebration, or it's not usually cricket etiquette to celebrate a chop on, but I think when it's India-Pakistan and there's 1.5 billion people watching and you get a breakthrough up top, It's fair enough if you're a 19-year-old to celebrate that on your follow-through, and Naseem Shah did just that.
And it was a very good ball as well. It wasn't as though it was a dirty cut shot that was dragged back in from almost off the wide line. It was exactly what we were talking about, what was needed from the Pakistani fast bowlers. Beautiful ball, top of the stumps, a little bit of extra bounce, good pace again.
The champs out there, Virat Kohli, awaiting the teenager Naseem Shah. He's in and bowls, and Kohli squared up. Plays off the leading edge out on the offside to point, and fielded by Shan Masood. It's a dot ball to end the over. So Kohli's just arrived. He's faced one ball. Rohit Sharma's on 3. India 1 for 7 after 2. The target is 160, and KL Rahul is out. Bowled Naseem. He chops on for 4. I feel like with the Indian team, the way it is at the moment, there's been a lot of focus on Hardik Pandya, the problems with the bowling department, KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma. It's hard to believe, but in the previous, it feels like there hasn't been much talk about Virat Kohli at all.
You know, it's weird. It's weird to actually be even talking about it ourselves, isn't it? Worried about, has he ever flown underneath the radar, Virat Kohli?
Shaheen Shah Afridi continues to Rohit wide of the off stump. He lets it pass, a dot ball.
I guess that's the luxury that India have. That you look at the list of batsmen there, and they are, you could argue that any one of them's world class. So, as good as Virat is, he's just, one of 6 or 7 really, really good players now, sort of thing.
Of course, he's got that exceptional record in run chasers, in particular in T20 international cricket. He's in the same scenario again tonight, Virat. He's at the non-striker's end as Afridi passes him now, delivers to Rohit, who just punts it away on the offside, wants one and gets it. A single for India, Rohit Sharma to 4, India 1 for 8. Batting first, he averages 39 at a strike rate of 140, which is elite.
Still reasonable.
That is elite. So you combine those two numbers, it's just under 180. A pretty good T20 players around 165, aren't they? 160, you're sort of trending towards great. And his combined number is almost 180. But batting second, he averages 70 at a strike rate of 135.
It's amazing, isn't it, to think about just to think about that. To go with his chasing record in the 50-over format.
What a star. King Kohli awaits Afridi. He lets one pass alongside the off stump. But I understand why the focus is on the others, and Rohit up the top, and Surya Kumar Yadav, who we're going to talk more about, I'm sure, in at 4. And the smaller grounds in India where sort of by force you can muscle the ball out of the ground. Maybe on the bigger grounds here, and you might just sort of have to graft them a little bit more and pick the gaps. So it may just play into Virat's hands.
Yeah, that's right. I totally agree. Yeah, sometimes in Australia it isn't just about the 4s and the 6s. It's about placement, batting craft, using the pace of the ball as well.
Virat awaits Afridi. He drives gloriously through the covers. Superb cover drive. It won't be 4. A long boundary, and Shadab Khan chases it all the way back to the rope. The technical prowess of Virat Kohli on display with a cover drive to start his scoring. And Virat moves to 2. India 1 for 10 in the 3rd over.
I think we're already seeing the advantages of India winning the toss. You can see the way Rohit Sharma in particular is playing. He knows that this new ball period is crucial for India. Almost a bit of denying Pakistan early wickets and then really looking to set up the chase from there.
Afridi says, I'm coming around. Bowls to Virat, who stands tall and doesn't quite middle it. He miscues. An offside punch back to the bowler. There's no run. 1 to come in the 3rd over. India chasing 160 to win. And 1 for 10.
They're almost a little bit cautious, aren't they? Which in normal, in a normal game of T20 cricket, you'd be, they're absolutely balls flying everywhere at the moment. But this game is just being played a little bit differently to most. Just a bit of a new ball wicket. India looking almost just with a mentality just to get through this little period and then build their innings from there.
KL Rahul out for 4. Virat on strike, awaits Afridi. He's trapped on the pads. Big shout for leg before. Not interested, umpire Marais Erasmus, with Afridi coming around the wicket. They have 2 reviews, Pakistan. They're not going to use them. They still have 2. It's the end of the over. 3 overs down in the run chase. India need 160 to win. They're 1 for 10.
Corbin, you're talking about the big grounds. I guess that's where you can find yourself also as a batting group chasing. be coming under, huge pressure. It's okay to be circumspect here at the start, but you've also got to be mindful of the run rate as well. It's not as easy to find the boundary through the middle overs because of the size of the ground. So you've also got to keep, it's a bit both ways. You've got to keep the target in mind already. The run rate's up to 8.8 here. You don't want to lose a couple of early wickets after a slow start and really put your middle order under the pump sort of thing, especially with a great bowling attack that Pakistan have. We've seen Ralph coming on here now, who's got a lot of experience here in the Big Bash for the Melbourne Stars, so he'll know the conditions well. He's got a great record. He's been in great form in recent times as well, so important matchups here, important couple of overs towards the back end of the power play.
He's a wicket taker too, which is so important and so devastating in T20 cricket. He's taken 26 wickets since the last World Cup 12 months ago, which is a team high for Pakistan. Harris Ralph, a right arm quick, bowls over the wicket to Sharma, who just plays off the front foot out to Masood at point. There's no run, 1 for 10.
Bit of extra bounce there again. We've seen a few batters at 145 kilometres an hour first ball. It's a good start from Ralph. Shows that you're confident when you can run in first ball and just smash it into the wicket at 145 and extract some bounce out of the pitch to one of the best players in the world. You'd be pretty happy with that start as a captain from Babar Azam.
And he comes again, Ralph. As he bowls to Sharma, edges, caught. Catch taken at first slip. Harris Ralph has got his man. The Indian captain's out for 4. Rohit Sharma departs. India 2 for 10.
We've spoken about it a lot all night. Just that length, top of the stumps length. Just a bit of extra bounce, a little bit of seam movement away from Rohit Sharma. Catches the edge. And a nice catch too, diving to his left there. I think is that Iftikhar there at slip?
That's Iftikhar Ahmed.
Yep, he was definitely standing deep enough. He was almost outside the circle there with the pace of Ralph. Nice catch low down, a couple of inches off the turf. Huge wicket for Pakistan. Rohit Sharma gone. India under the pump, 2 for 10, 3.2 overs.
So the last great of Indian cricket in Virat Kohli, perhaps still the great of Indian cricket at 33 years of age, and the man who's just come on significantly in the last 12 months in at 4, Surya Kumar Yadav. And for Australian audiences, or perhaps if you haven't been keeping up with what this man's been doing, he scored over 1,000 runs in 32 innings in T20 internationals, and in the calendar year alone averages 40 at a strike rate of 184.
And in that series I was talking about earlier, that Australia versus India series in India, this man was on absolute fire, especially against Australia's fast bowlers. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes here tonight. He uses the pace well. He picks the ball up. He flicks well over backward square leg and fine leg. He's got all the shots, as you can imagine, for someone with those sort of numbers, Corbin. So he's in big form. He's in great form. This is a big occasion, so let's see if he can step up.
There's a huge moment in the game. So Kohli fresh faced just the 5 balls at the non-striker's end, and Surya Kumar Yadav has probably been the best batter in T20 cricket in the world in the last 12 months. And Pakistan sensing that they're on top here with the ball, put in a second slip. 2 in the grippers alongside the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan. Here comes the man in Harris Ralph, full on off start, and it's glorious on drive to start. Surya Kumar Yadav straight back down the ground for 4. Well, if you don't know, now you know. That's what he's capable of.
What a shot.
2 for 14.
Just slightly over pitch from Ralph. Slightly angled in. Yadav's just lent on an on drive first ball. Thanks very much. Straight past the umpire's right foot for 4. Welcome.
Surya Kumar Yadav over the bat, awaits Ralph on the back foot, he punches through point. Again it breaks the infield. It won't be 4. Chase on out wide, it'll be pulled up by Shan Masood. He has it in on relay. And the throw with Mohammad Nawaz, and Surya Kumar Yadav moves to 7. And he's hit 2 straight out the middle of the bat. after arriving at the crease with India 2 for 10. They're now 2 for 17.
It's good batting. Geez, that's good batting. Harris Ralph just adjusted his length ever so slightly. Hitting that good length at the top of the stumps fraction, maybe hip height. Yadav just pushed off his front foot onto the back foot. It's a beautiful square drive.
He's a special player. He's at the non-striker's end now as Ralph bowls to Virat. Chops down on one to backward point. Shadab Khan's on it in a flash. Prevents the single and a dot ball. India 2 for 17 in the fourth. The magic number 160, the target for India.
Harris Ralph's bowled a great over here. I know he's got the wicket, but he's also gone for 7. He'll be walking back to fine leg thinking, how have I gone for a few runs off this over? I've hardly missed my length or my mark. Jadav's hit 2 great shots.
So you're probably looking at the numbers thinking, how's he strike at 184? And
yeah,
2 glorious shots like that, and he's 7 off 2. As Ralph on his way again, but Virat on leg stump takes it off his pads, but straight to the fielder at square leg. There's no run. And that's the end of the over. Asif Ali, the fielder. So 4 overs down in the run chase. India 2 for 17. The target is 160 to win.
I think he'd take the 7 off the over with the wicket of Rohit Sharma, though. We know his class. We know he's experienced. He's played in Australia a lot as well and done really well. He's a very good player of fast bowling, so it's a huge wicket in the scheme of things. Now we're probably, they'll be thinking, if we can get rid of one of Virat or Yadav in this, next couple of overs towards the back end of this power play, that could go a long way. Not only putting India under a lot of pressure, but, to winning the game. They've got a couple of good spinners through the middle. Shadab Khan will be looking to bowl to a fresh batter, with a field out when he gets his chance. But let's see what happens here.
Cameron White alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass on Grandstand Cricket through the ABC and BBC networks. 90,000 plus at the G for India, Pakistan. Naseem Shah on his way in to Yadav outside the off stump. It moves away from the right-hander. He plays and misses. And very lucky not to feather an edge to Rizwan with the gloves. A dot ball. Interestingly, looking at the replay cam, it actually died on the way through to the keeper. Took it on the half volley, Rizwan.
Yeah, no, it reacted funny off the pitch, didn't it? Everything's been sort of like flying through. That one's, as you mentioned, bounced on the way through to Riz.
We're on the 3rd level of the members' stand. So Surya Kumar Yadav has his back to us. He's squared up, gets a leading edge, it lands safe to cover. And Asif Ali fields, so another dot ball. 2 for 17 in the 5th.
Run rate just creeping above 9 for the first time as well. I know it's only early, but if you're out there, you couldn't help it maybe just taking a little peek up there, could you? Just thinking, 9's big ground. It's not that easy to hit 4s and 6s here. It'd be hard not to get too far in front of yourself as a batsman, just trying to watch and react and play the ball on its merits as best you can.
The teenager, Naseem Shah to Yadav, whips it off his hip. Safely it lands behind the square leg umpire. Chase on downhill to try and reel it in. And in the end, working around from fine leg, it's picked up by Haider Ali, and Surya Kumar Yadav gets through for 3. He moves to 10 of 5 deliveries, and India are now 2 for 20 in the 5th over.
Again, beautiful batting from Yadav. Not really anything extravagant, just watching him playing the ball and just, playing the ball on its merits, really. Like, a drive, a back foot punch on through forward point, and then just a turn off the hip there for 3 easy runs as well. Sort of smart batting, not trying to overhit too much. Stroking the ball nicely.
The openers out cheaply. KL Rahul chopping on for 4. And Rohit Sharma out for 4, caught edging behind. As Naseem Shah bowls to Virat, opens the face of the bat and beats Shadab Khan at backward point. Down to 3rd man for a single. And even the ones attract a massive roar from the Indian faithful. And we think there's about 90,000 plus in, and about, 65% of them, do you think, are supporting India?
Oh, if not more. It seemed as though when they were reading, the ground announcer was reading out the team sheets at the start, I think the Indians were more, it felt like more 80-20 to me, but definitely it's just great to see this many people here for a cricket match.
There's a beautiful moment pre-game with the national anthems too, where if there's 65,000 Indians in the house, they all sung along with the national anthem, which was a beautiful moment. It's Naseem Shah on his way into Yadav on drive. To Shaheen Shah Afridi, there's no run, who fields it mid-on. I don't think I've witnessed something quite like that, with everybody singing along in unison with the national anthem. I know the Liverpool played here and they all sing "You'll Never Walk Alone" going back like probably in the early part of last decade, but for a national anthem like that, I'm not sure I've experienced that at the G.
Yeah, it definitely makes the hairs on your back of your neck stand up, doesn't it? It was a good moment and really set the scene, I thought, as well. Sort of the intensity was there, you could really feel it, and in a moment like that, really sort of, you can almost feel it.
One to come into fifth. Suyakuma Yadav awaits Shah, just takes a hand off the bat as he runs it down to third man for one. Harris Ralph does the fielding, so 5 overs into the run chase. India need 160 to win, that is the target. India 2 for 22 with the openers out cheaply.
You can just tell by looking at Yadav how good of a touch he's in. He's not moving around the crease too much. He's very still at the point of delivery, and then he's just able to make a great decision on whatever comes out of the bowler's hand, sort of thing. And he's clearly got more than above average talent in his body, so he can make a great decision and then obviously react to whatever he sees coming out of the bowler's hand. So he just looks in great touch, nice and calm.
These games have been lopsided at World Cups and haven't always lived up to the hype. They meet so rarely in international cricket, India and Pakistan, but it's game on here. India 2 for 22 after 5, chasing 160. Harris Ralph starts a new over and Yadav plays late to Shadab Khan at backward point. There's no run. Of course, the last time they met at a World Cup was 12 months ago in the Emirates, and Pakistan prevailing for the first time. First win in 13 attempts against their arch rival at a World Cup.
I was actually listening to the radio on the way in, and there was a stat that in World Cup matches, either 2020 or 50 over World Cup matches, I think it's 25-1 India in all matches. So it's safe to say that Pakistan are looking for a win tonight.
Suyakuma Yadav awaits, he pulls into the open space at mid-wicket for 4. And a big glove punch with Virat Kohli mid-pitch after that boundary. Yadav to 15 off 9. India 2 for 26.
We've seen a drive, a back foot punch, a clip off the hip, and now a beautiful pull shot. He's giving us the full array here, Yadav. Beautiful batting, good execution. We're starting to put a little bit of pressure back on Harris Ralph here and the Pakistani bowlers.
He's so dangerous with that open stance. His front foot well outside leg stump as he's nicking through to Rizwan. Suyakuma Yadav is out. Rizwan, the keeper, takes the catch. Harris Ralph's got his second wicket, and India in deep trouble. They're 3 for 26, and their most dangerous in-form bat is out for 15.
Just watching the replay here, huge energy behind the ball from Harris Ralph. He's bowled that hard into the pitch, pace on the ball, and just that bit of extra bounce that we've seen from the MCG pitch a little bit tonight. Sort of caught a bit of glove, maybe top edge, almost just lobbed through to keeper Rizwan there, but just great energy and pace from Harris Ralph. He's in the contest, that's for sure.
That's an enormous wicket. 2 boundaries of 10 balls. He's out for 15. Suyakuma Yadav. And India 3 for 26. Chasing 160 to win. Virat Kohli has now got a new partner at the crease. It's Axar Patel who's in at 5. And Harris Ralph, who loves a celebration, slipped in his follow-through. And as he was punching the air, sort of rather than get back up and continue the celebration, he just stayed on his knees and continued to hammer away with the chainsaw celebration.
The chainsaw, didn't he? That probably does show there's a bit of moisture in the surface, because the next strip over to the left there is probably the one he slipped on. The curator will be happy. The big spike mark right on the length there that he'll have to patch up later tonight. But yeah, very good bowling.
2 slips in alongside keeper Rizwan, who's well and truly in the game on the back of that catch. Harris Ralph pushing across Axar Patel. Back foot punch through point. And it'll be off the mark, ball 1. It won't be 4. Shan Masood chases it back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. 2 more for India, so 3 for 28 now as Axar Patel moves to 2.
And I guess this is the reason why we were harping on about Pakistan getting to that 150 mark in their in the first innings, because we know, or we knew that they had a great arsenal of fast bowlers up their sleeve to really attack these Indian batters with. You wouldn't say it was a conventional first 20 overs from Pakistan with the bat, but they got to that total. Now 3 early wickets.
Ralph on his way in again to Patel on leg stump, drops it short on the leg side, and Kohli says, come on, and darts through for a single. Moving in from square leg, Mohammad Nawaz fields. The ball to come in the 6th over, India 3 for 29.
148.6 kilometres an hour, that particular delivery, Corbin. That's good. It's good gas.
He's one of those guys that doesn't look like he's going to bowl anywhere near that pace when he makes his way in, and then, gee, they come out with some venom.
I'm glad I'm retired and don't have to face this. But I'm playing with the Melbourne Stars. David Hussey, good recruitment. A couple of big bash players on show here tonight for the Pakistani team.
India 3 down. Last ball of the power play. Ralph on leg stump, and Virat clips it away beautifully backward a square. The chase on from Asif Ali. Pulls it up inside the boundary, keeps it to 2. So Kohli moves to 5, Axar Patel's on 2, and after 6 overs, India 3 for 31. Target is 160 to win. For India, if you've just joined us, India won the toss. They chose to field first, and Pakistan were in trouble early as their dynamic duo were out cheaply. Babar Azam for a golden duck, Mohammad Rizwan for 4. They rebuilt things in the middle order, 51 for Iftikhar Ahmed, 52 not out for Shan Masood. And in the end, they compiled 8 for 159. 3 wickets for Arshdeep Singh for India and 3 wickets for Hardik Pandya. The target 160 for India to win. They need 8 and over. And after the power play, they're 3 for 31. KL Rahul out for 4. Rohit Sharma out for 4. And Surya Kumar Yadav out for 15. Virat's on 5 and Axar Patel's on 2. Got a bit of spin on. Leggy and Shadab Khan. He's into the attack from the southern end. More from Cam White throughout the night. Ravi Bopara back with me on Grandstand Cricket. Pakistan on top.
I would say so now. I mean, they were always in with a chance with 160 on the board. And with their bowling lineup, it's a fierce bowling lineup.
Shadab Khan, first ball on leg stump, and Patel turns it at mid-wicket. Almost a mix-up. He's sent back. The throw comes in. And it's the keeper who breaks the stumps. It would have been close with a direct hit. And Axar Patel makes his ground. It was Babar Azam, the captain, who was there at mid-wicket. And a horrible mix-up as both Kohli and Patel took off, and they both stopped 3/4 or a third of the way down the track. Sent back. And after all that, we think it's going to be a dot ball, but they're going upstairs to check on the video.
Always a bit closer once they go upstairs. Never quite sure. I mean, it was a dive in. He could be gone. He's gone.
So Pakistan run in to celebrate. And Babar Azam, now with a lot of confidence, is running to Rizwan and smiling.
Actually, the ball or the stumps break the wicket.
And they believe they've got their man. Gee, Rizwan didn't celebrate at all. I just assumed he must have broken the stumps as the keeper. Has he got the ball in his glove or not when he breaks the stumps? There's a bit more to play out here. Here's Richard Kettleborough, the umpire. He hasn't taken it clean, but he has knocked.
Go back to your best side on angle, please. I just want to make sure that the ball breaks the stumps before the wicket-keeper's gloves.
That is the question. So are the stumps broken by the gloves, or are they broken by the ball that Rizwan knocks back onto the stumps?
I reckon it's at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just see a split screen on this, please.
This is one of the more unusual run-outs we've seen.
Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Freeze it there, please. Yeah, freeze it there, please. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
What's he going to say, Ravi?
I think he's out. I think the ball's broken the middle stump.
Amazing. Axar Patel's out. And India are 4 down at the start of the 7th over. What a bizarre run out. So Patel turns the ball to mid-wicket. Throw comes in from Babar Azam. It misses the stumps. Rizwan hasn't taken it clean. It's bobbled out of his gloves, and in the same motion as Rizwan, the keeper, breaks the stumps, the ball lands on the middle peg. And after being sent to the third umpire, Richard Kettleborough says, yes, that's out, and Patel goes for 4. India, 4 for 31.
Oh, they're in massive trouble as well now. Especially, they're behind the rate as well. I mean, the rate's climbed to 9.3 in just 6 overs. And then they've allowed it to happen. It's been an amazing game so far. There's been so many twists and turns. You had India on top at the start. Or at the start of the day, I mean, after the first 4 or 5 overs, you thought this is India's game. And then Pakistan sort of wrestled themselves back in through the middle. And they've started so well with the ball, taking wickets. 3 in the power play, 4, the 4th one just outside the power play. I mean, the chances of India winning from here are so slim. It'd be an incredible run chase from here.
I get the feeling that's going to be a significant talking point in South Asia and right around the world. A controversial decision, but umpire Richard Kettleborough upstairs making the call that the ball hits the stumps in the same motion as Rizwan breaks it with his gloves. The keeper didn't take it clean, and Axar Patel was short of his ground, so he's been run out as judged by the video, and he's out for 2. And Shadab Khan is about to bowl to the new bat, which is Hardik Pandya. And he and Virat Kohli have it all to do.
Massive partnership. Massive partnership. These two are going to look to put on up around that 90 to 100 mark.
The leggy on his way in again. Bowls to Pandya, who cuts to backward point. Masood Fields says no run.
And I think it's easy to panic on a ground like this when you get behind the rate and it starts climbing. If it does get to 10, it can easily cause panics, massive boundaries.
Masood, quicker ball. A cut shot away from Pandya, through point for a single. Out into the deep, and the fielding done by Asif Ali. 4 for 32 in the 7th over, India. And it's the Pakistan fans who now find some voice around the MCG. Shadab Khan to Kohli, plays off the front foot, in the air but safe. Now to mid-wicket, Mohammad Nawaz fields inside the ring.
I mean, what a time it will be for Kohli to re-announce himself after his recent form.
Shadab Khan in again, Kohli forward and on driving. The field back straight, a single taken. 1 more for Virat, he moves to 6. India up against it, 4 for 33 in the run chase.
I just think it's a massive opportunity for Kohli here to get a big score.
Quicker ball again as Pandya's back and defending. The sharp leg spinner out on the offside, so superb over for Shadab Khan. They got the run out, just 2 against the bowler. 7 overs down, India need 160 as a victory target. And they've made a meal of it so far in the run chase. India after 7, 4 for 33. More from Ravi Bopara coming up, and then it'll be Jeff Lemon on Grandstand Cricket.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
The sounds of Dil Dil Pakistan ringing out around the MCG. Tightly poised this match. Start of a new over. Nawaz bowling around the wicket. It's being turned out to mid-wicket for a single. Kohli trots through. So a lot of work for India's former captain to do. Yeah, 34 for 4 in the 8th over.
I mean, the green flags just to the right where we were sitting were just flying. There were hundreds of green flags flown. I don't see any India. There's a few to the left that are flying for India. That support.
Waiting for their opportunity to wave again. They were up and about when SKY was doing his thing. Nawaz bowls his left arm orthodox and it's driven back to the bowler. Dot ball. Hardik Pandya, the kind of player who likes to take his time for a bit and then aims very big and scores very quickly.
When he does fancy spin as well, his boundary count against spin is brilliant.
Likes playing Pakistan too. Nawaz bowls to Hardik, who drives a single out through the covers. 35 for 4. I remember him playing Pakistan in the Champions Trophy at Edgbaston a few years ago, 2017, and absolutely took on the spinners, hit some huge bombs that day. Not the kind of player to be overawed by the occasion, but it is quite the occasion. Nawaz bowls in at the stumps and just knocked away for a single. Kohli happy to use that mid-wicket gap. He goes up to 8. India 36 for 4.
I just feel it's not over until, you know, until they get Kohli. You know, Kohli's class act. He's got the ability to hit gaps, hit pockets. There's massive pockets at this ground. He can pick up boundaries in twos. He's good enough to do that. The only concern is that the rate's climbed to 10 and over, just above 10 and over.
Mohammad Nawaz bowls to Hardik Pandya, who'll drive it out to deep mid-wicket and go through for 1. So they're happy to accumulate at this stage. 1 ball to come in the over. And it depends what kind of Virat Kohli we're getting, because there have been run chases where it's 10, 11, 12 and over, and he just makes those look so easy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's more so in the subcontinent, where the you know, the boundaries are a little bit smaller, where you can get
Nawaz bowls to Kohli, who drives down to long off for a single, takes his score to 9. India 38 for 4.
You can sometimes in the subcontinent get those big overs. You know, you get those 15, 20 and over. You know, you can get a couple of those in the innings, which really make the run chase a lot easier. But I think it's a lot harder here at the MCG to pick up overs that are going to go for 15 or going to go for 20. That's not easy. I mean, on these boundaries, they're massive boundaries. You've got to hit the ball crystal clean.
On the flip side, you've got space. You've got room out there to operate. And one of the, I think the defining innings I remember for Virat Kohli was in that 2016 T20 World Cup, playing Australia at Mohali. And they needed 11 and over with about 4 overs to go. And he took 5 twos and a 1. Got the 11 from the over. Yeah. Just picked, and each of the twos went to a different spot on the ground. He picked the gap to perfection on a smaller ground. Start of a new over. Shut Khan bowling his leg breaks and a single. Driven down to long off. Kohli goes into double figures. India 39 for 4. That showed the clarity of thought. Every delivery, he looked around the field, worked out where the gaps were, popped a ball directly into one of those gaps. He was running with MS Dhoni, who was so quick between the wickets.
Yeah, he is quick.
And they hustled back for 2 each time. Shut Khan. Flat delivery and cut away, powerful bottom-handed shot for Hardik Pandya, but there's a sweeper out there. He goes to 4. India 40 for 4.
And then they also, I think India, they've got to be aware, the 2 batsmen now, they've got to be aware that they don't go into the accumulation stage for too long and then really get behind the rate. What they don't want is to climb up to 12.
Shut Khan. A little bit more air and a thick outside edge from Kohli, a leading edge almost into the covers. Won't get a run, thought about it. Always hunting those singles, Kohli. One of the quickest between the 2 white lines that the game has seen, I'd suggest. They need 120 more runs, 69 balls remaining. Shut Khan darts it through. Kohli punches on the back foot and can only find mid-wicket. So the noose tightening.
I mean, Kohli doesn't play the short sweep, which, you know, the little dab sweep. So they've got the field set where they can put a mid-wicket and stop his singles in there.
Shut bowls to Kohli, who will just come forward in a defensive shot. Ball rolls out to cover. You can hear this crowd getting antsy at dot ball after dot ball.
It has surprised me over the years where Kohli hasn't developed that shot. Why does he not play that shot? I mean, so people now have worked out that Kohli doesn't play that shot, so let's keep a mid-wicket in and dot him up. And that can put a lot of pressure on you.
Mid-wicket's out now, and Shut Khan bowls it to Kohli, who drives the ball down to long on for 1 and keeps the strike. 11 off 19 balls. That's the kind of numbers that can start to make people very antsy when they're watching along at home. He knows what he's doing, presumably, but it's 41 for 4. 9 overs gone. They need 160 to win.
Well, most of the time he knows what he's doing, but, you know, I don't think we can just assume that things are going to his plan here. I don't think they are going to his plan.
No.
It's 11 off 19. That's you know, that's not what you want. Chasing a score of 160 and on a big field like this. And just talking about developing new shots. You know, that fine sweep, I think, can change his game. I think it'll.
Mohamed Nawaz starts a new over, and down the pitch comes Kohli and drives back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through, another dot ball. Why do you think a player of his ability would not have developed a shot like that?
Well, I just think in India you can get away with it. You don't really need it where you can, you know, because the pockets, I mean, the grounds are small. You can get away with a lot of dot balls and then suddenly go 6-4-6 or something like that.
Mohamed Nawaz flights the ball, and Kohli turns it to mid-wicket. Nobody there, but only a single.
You know, and where on grounds like this, you've got to keep it ticking. You can't afford dot balls too often.
Well, not when there's so much space to take advantage of, if you can drop it into that gap.
Yep. But he doesn't sweep either, you know, hard sweep. And he's got a massive gap out there for a hard sweep. But it's not a shot that he plays necessarily. So, again, the only thing he's going to do is either he's going to come down the wicket, go over extra.
42 for 4 coming across the front pad. Hardik Pandya drops the ball out towards square leg. They'll get back for a second run as 3 Pakistani fielders converge outside the circle. Mohammad Rizwan ended up there from the wicket-keeping position. Can't stop the second.
I mean, as a bowler, as a spinner, you know what Kohli's looking for. Kohli's looking for the shot over extra, or he's going to dance down and hit you straight back over your head, or that big gap in mid-wicket, which they've closed up. You know, they've read the situation here. They've closed the mid-wicket position between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. They've made them tighter and left a massive gap in the middle between deep square and deep mid-wicket, because a lot of the Indian batsmen, they don't sweep.
So if you could go directly square, there is a big gap there. Mohamed Nawaz bowls outside edge, straight to short third. Hardik Pandya won't profit from the edge. Shaheen Afridi diving away there to stop that ball and looking very pleased with himself as he got up.
Yeah. Well, he's not fully fit. You know, I think he's made a big effort to turn up to this World Cup. Don't know what his plans are going to be after the World Cup. Can't see him playing in the series after this.
Mohamed Nawaz, left arm spinner, gets the ball driven straight back to him, and the dot balls keep coming. Pakistan in the ascendancy here. India need 160 to win. They're 44 for 4. It's an unwelcome palindrome. 1 ball to come in the over. 3 out on the leg side. Deep cover and a long off. There's Mohamed Nawaz. Bowls to Pandya, who smashes the ball back at him. Hurts the bowler's hand. And he'll take a single. Think about the second. Won't get it. But again, can't find the boundary with a hard hit. India 45 for 4 at the halfway mark of the innings. So they need 160. They need a further 115 from the last 10 overs. It's going to be a huge task to try to accomplish. It's a drinks break as well. You're listening to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, also on BBC 5 Sports Extra, the ABC Listen app on the World Cup button, and BBC Sounds for listeners in the UK. You can also watch back clips, highlight clips of this game on the BBC website if you're in that part of the world. Jeff Lemon with you, filling in for Jonathan Agnew, who's got a crook throat tonight and wasn't able to speak, and Ravi Bopara alongside me. I'm finding it a little hard to believe what I'm seeing. I mean, Pakistan's innings went one way and then the other. It was a crazy, erratic sort of 20 overs. They've been right on top with the ball from the start of this innings.
Absolutely. They've bowled fast, they've bowled straight, and they've picked up wickets. You know, they have got wicket takers. Their seamers they're different. You know, they've got something about them, their bowling lineup. But I've been, to be honest, I've been a little bit shocked at the way India have approached this innings. I mean, in a T20 game, to be only 45 runs of 10 overs, 4.5 an over in a T20 game. Whether you're chasing 100 or you're chasing 200, you should never be 45 off the first 10 overs, regardless how many wickets you lost. It's just, you know, there's just a lack of ability to score.
And especially in a tournament where net run rate is likely to be a factor in who progresses, there's always a good chance that it will be. If you are chasing 110, you should still be trying to get those in 10 overs rather than 20.
Absolutely. And this game is about scoring boundaries and putting bowlers under pressure as a batsman. And India haven't done that. I think that they've also been cautious at the start, and it's cost them.
This is interesting. Rahul Dravid, the Indian coach, has come out to have a chat to Kohli and Hardik Pandya at the drinks break. That strikes me as a little unusual, the head coach coming onto the field to talk to a batting pair.
Yeah, well, a batting pair that's played so much T20 cricket, got so much experience. But he's probably come out to give him a little bit of encouragement and probably said to him, look, take them on. Put them back under some pressure. We're under a lot of pressure. They're, you know, we're letting them get away with just bowling and being happy. Put the bowlers under pressure, look for boundaries, and start being a bit more aggressive.
Well, South Africa in this group, Bangladesh as well. So it's a treacherous path, as Australia are learning after losing to New Zealand last night. You lose your first game against one of the other major rivals in the group, you make life very difficult for yourself.
Absolutely, you do make life difficult. And it's a shame because you want Australia to do well. You know, as the host nation, they're going to carry a lot of the vibe in Australia around the World Cup. So you know, you almost want Australia to do well because it's just going to bring a bit more vibe to the World Cup for everybody.
Well, Pakistan and India in World Cups, it's been such a story. Decades and decades where Pakistan could not beat India in a World Cup. They finally did it in the T20 World Cup last year, a 10-wicket victory. And they'd be thinking they might make it 2 from 2 tonight.
And I think a lot of that's owed to the PSL. I mean, it's developed some really, really good cricketers for Pakistan. You know, Shaheen Shah Afridi found off the back of that. Shadab Khan.
He's bowling now. Shadab Khan, the leg spinner. Little bit of flight, drops a little short, and Hardik Pandya cuts and finds the field. There's yet another dot ball, and it'll be interesting when we look at the wash-up at the end of the night, how many dot balls India faced against Pakistan.
That's another thing in Australia, where, you know, the difference between Australia and the subcontinent.
With Shadab, bowls to Hardik, who tries to hit hard, bottom hand, down the ground, it will go for 4. Splits the long on and the long off, almost under the bowler, all the way along the ground, and there was power in that hit. Takes India's score up to 49 for 4.
Sorry, I was just saying, but the difference in Australia and subcontinent is, you know, those little cut shots that beat point, you know, they sort of skim off the surface in the subcontinent and beat the two men. You know, through extra cover, you can hit it along the ground. If you just beat the right hand or the left hand, it can skim across the field and go for 4. But it doesn't happen here with this sort of grass that you get in Australia.
Shut up. Bowls to Hardik, who punches off the back foot out to deep cover. Only a single this time. There's India's 50. Coming up much later than they would have liked. Kohli on 12, Pandya the same score.
The ball almost sits in the surface here, so it's hard to get those cuts away like you would do in subcontinent where the ground is hard, it's dewy.
Shut up. Bowls to Kohli, who goes back and cuts. Another run out to deep cover. 51 for 4. So is that because of the kind of turf, because of the more moist grass and the softer turf?
That's right. It does make a big difference because then there's you know, a lot of people that rely on playing with the pace of the ball, you know, a lot of their game can be affected. So you almost got to go to more power and sort of play a bit more aerial. Go over extra, go over mid-wicket, go straight down the ground in the air, a bit more aggressive.
Shadab Khan. Bowls to Pandya, who cuts to deep cover. 3 out of 3, and the two batters almost collide. Thinking about a second, but that little do-si-do in the middle of the pitch where they had to go around each other probably cost them the opportunity of herring back for a second run. 52 for 4, 1 ball to come in the over.
And I think that's where some of the subcontinent teams have got to get better in Australia, of being a bit, just playing with a bit more power. I think that's where England are good.
Shut up. Bowls to Kohli, who uses a lot of bottom hand, whips across the line, out to deep mid-wicket, a sliding, diving stop out there on the rope, and the relay throw comes back in. So they'll profit by a couple of runs on that occasion. And if Kohli can start picking up the 2s, that's when he can go at 12 and over like we were talking about earlier. Hasn't got that part of his game going yet tonight. They're 54 for 4 after 11 overs. A target 160, still 106 away, 54 balls to face. That is an equation that this pair could do. It is possible. We've seen them both play innings like that before and score that quickly. But it strikes me as well, the difference between the way India have faced the spinners, the way Pakistan spinners have choked the scoring, compared to the way that India's spinners were treated with disdain, really. Iftikhar Ahmed destroyed Akshar Patel.
Yep.
got him dragged from the attack after 1 over. And Ravichandran Ashwin bowled pretty nicely, but still got hit for a couple of big shots towards the end of his spell, and I think only ended up bowling the 3 overs. They weren't going to bowl him all the way through. So Pakistan put pressure on India's spinners. Hasn't happened in reverse.
I feel like something's going to happen in this over. Something's got to happen.
The pressure might tell. Mohammad Nawaz, left-arm spinner, to bowl yet another over. And there's the big shot from Hardik Pandya all the way over the leg side for 6. Well, loitering under it was Shan Masood out at deep mid-wicket, circling, hoping that ball would drop into his lap. But it got a couple of extra metres and ended up going just over the fence. So that's what Hardik Pandya can do once he decides that he's set. He's up to 19. India 60 for 4.
That's more like it. That's more like it when you're chasing the score and the run rate's up around 11, approaching 11 and a half. Put some pressure back on the bowler. Make him do something different rather than just plodding there on the length, because he's going to make life difficult for you. Look, it's prompted the field change now. The gaps are open. It's going to be easier for him to pick up his 1s and 2s now.
First ball of the over 2 always puts more pressure on a bowler. Nawaz bowls to Hardik, who goes back and pulls down the ground. That sort of cross-bat slog that Adam Gilchrist used to like to play, down to Haris Ralph at long on. So they have shifted the field around. They've got a backward point and a point in the circle, or they did have for Hardik. They've moved that around to cover for Kohli, with a cover sweeper, a long off, and then your conventional long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Short fine leg inside the circle. Mohammad Nawaz bowls to Kohli, who chips it up, and it's taken behind the wicket, but it came off the pad. So the crowd got excited, and so did I, but no risk there with Virat Kohli's wicket falling. Although, maybe they're chatting about it.
Kohli's got to do the same now. He's got to look for those boundaries as well. Nawaz making sure he doesn't give him any room because he doesn't want to go over extra.
I think they've taken a review here. So Rizwan just thought there might have been a little bit of glove or inside edge on that ball. It's popped up behind the line of the crease, and Rizwan came around from behind the stumps and caught it. And they've said, well, they may as well have a look, because if they get Kohli out here, that's pretty much the game done.
Well, Kohli's sort of facial expression says he was nowhere near it.
He was nowhere near it on one replay. That's about 6 inches from the edge. It's hit the flap of the pad and popped up. So this should be one of the shorter DRS referrals that we've seen. Crowd invested, though. What an extraordinary night to be at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We're very fortunate to be here. Be interested to know what the final crowd number is, but 90,000+ in for sure. Seats are filled all the way up to the very back of the stands up the top. Have you ever been in front of a crowd like this before?
I think the biggest crowd I've probably been in was Eden Gardens, probably.
Yeah.
Many, many years ago.
Yeah, that's an absolute cauldron.
Made more noise in Eden Gardens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's literally a cauldron. I remember when India won there in 2001, they started lighting bonfires in the stands, and the whole place was almost ablaze. Fairly hairy, but everybody made it out okay. After that stunning turnaround in that test match in 2001, Rahul Dravid was a big part of that. India's coach tonight. Mohammad Nawaz will be allowed to continue. Kohli still at the crease, comes down the pitch, lofts it down the ground and hits it for 6. Here we go. 1 for Pandya, 1 for Kohli. He goes up to 21. India 67 for 4. And they'll need a lot more of those, but they've at least made a start.
That's it. I think that's where Kohli needs to get better, is being a bit more aggressive and looking for those boundaries. He's got the game, he can do it.
Mohammad Nawaz around the wicket and coming across the front pad. Kohli drops it out towards mid-wicket. The big gap there. The bowler has to run across and field. 1 run added. India 68 for 4.
It's a lovely shot from Kohli. Just a little skip down the wicket.
It's the economy of movement that always stands out from him. Doesn't heave into the ball. just places the bat in the right place. And off it can fly into the night sky. Mohammad Nawaz, last ball of the over to Hardik Pandya, who tries to go again. Little top edgy, it's just cleared long on. 3 sixes in the over. That was cross-batted. That was a bit sloggy. It looked like it might hold up, might just fall inside the circle and into the hands of Haris Rauf, but it carried him by a couple of metres. And India up and running, just as Iftikhar Ahmed took 3 sixes off the bowling of Akshar Patel. The Indian pair have taken 3 sixes off the left-arm spinner Mohammad Nawaz. They're up to 74 for 4, 8 overs to go. They need 160 to win.
This is exactly what they needed at this stage, was one big over like that, and they're targeted straight, smart batting. The boundaries at MCG straight are not that big. It's the side boundaries that are massive. And to target the bowler straight, Nawaz probably got his plan wrong there, probably went a little bit too full. Would have rather bowled it short and got pulled into the bigger boundary. He's got more protection there. Probably just getting it slightly wrong, but it's called upon Shaheen Shah Afridi now.
86 needed from 48 deliveries, and that is doable for a pair of this talent. About 2 runs a ball, a couple more big overs, and they can reel that gap right back in. So Shaheen Shah Afridi coming on with the game on the line. The left arm around the wicket, full, straight, fast, outside edge, slice to deep third. Haris Rauf fields 1 run to Kohli. He's up to 23, India 75 for 4.
Yeah, a bit more aggression shown now from both batsmen. It's good. It's what the crowd have come to see, haven't they? They've come to see the boundaries and all the noise it brings.
Well, they've had their money's worth so far tonight. We've seen some outstanding fast bowling. Seen some entertaining batting. We've got one of the best in the world, Shaheen Shah Afridi, bowls full on the leg stump. Pandya turns it away, wants a second run, turns quickly, slips a little, but he's able to catch himself with his hand and race back through for the second. And the cheers continue around the MCG from the Indian contingent. Pandya up to 26, India 77 for 4. And I was expecting this to be a sort of 80-20 India crowd, but I think it's more like a 60-40. There's a lot of Pakistan support here today.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Whatever it is, it's been fantastic.
Shaheen Afridi with the Shane Warne stand at his back. The MCG floodlights beaming down on him. Bowls to Hardik, who drills a ball straight at cover. They'll get through for a single. The slight fumble. Half a misfield there from Shadab Khan, who wasn't able to stop it cleanly, but at least stopped it going through for 4. India 78 for 4. Kohli back on strike. Pandya 29, Kohli 23. Looking to put the hammer down. Halfway through the Shaheen over. Lopes in again. Round the wicket, and Kohli's flicking the ball away off his thigh pad. Runs here, least a couple, could be 4. Beats the chase out at fine leg. And they will get back. They will make it to the boundary for 4. Hyder Ali unable to stop the ball down there. India 82 for 4. Kohli catching up, 27 from 28 balls for him now.
He's catching up, he's getting to that 100 strike rate. It's good placement from him, just beating the left side of the short fine fielder, splitting the man out in the deep. Very, very important boundary off what you would say is Pakistan's main bowler.
Shaheen bowls to Kohli, advances, chips him over the leg side. 1 bounce out to the deep mid-wicket sweeper. Just the 1 run there. Shaheen holding his nerve. 83 for 4. 1 ball to come in the over. They need 77 more. 43 deliveries in which to do it. Shifting the field around, bringing the deep third up inside the circle. Mid-off going back to long-off. Suggesting Shaheen's going to bowl full and at the stumps. He does exactly that, and Kohli keeps it out. Well played zeroing in at his toes, and he managed to get the toe of the bat down, Hardik Pandya rather, and keep that ball out. 13 overs gone. Pandya 29, Kohli 28. India 83 for 4. And got a message in from Brant in Port Douglas saying, hello grandstand crew, how is it that cricket pitches are the same length the world over, but boundary distances are seemingly random from one country or ground to another? It doesn't make sense. Well, it doesn't make sense, Brant, but the lovely thing about cricket is that lots of things don't make sense, and that's what makes it entertaining. You can have a cricket pitch anywhere, on a beach, in a street, in a backyard, down in your local park, and the size of the ground will always be different. There might be a tree, there might be a rose bush, you're out if you hit it into the rose bush and damage the flowers, all those kinds of rules that vary from backyard to backyard and place to place. Start of a new over, Shadab Khan bowling, it's cut away. Could be 4 here. The ball slowing up near the boundary, and it beats the diving stop into the rope. So Shadab Khan dropping short, punished by Kohli, who moves on to 32. India 87 for 4. That's the beauty of cricket. You can play it anywhere where you've got a flat piece of ground. You see those shots in Pakistan where they're playing halfway up a mountainside and the offside field's about 60 metres below the leg side field. Wherever you go, you can play it. The boundary can always change. Virat Kohli's searching for it here. That bottom-handed hockey slap that he likes. Down to long off. Only a single. Iftikhar Ahmed down there doing the fielding.
The last 10-15 minutes from India has been fantastic. Put the bowlers back under pressure. You know, they would have made life a lot easier for themselves if they did it earlier in the innings, but you know, they held back. They've managed to put the Pakistan bowlers under a little bit of pressure, and we've seen them bowl some bad balls.
Shadab Khan drags down another one, and it's cut, but straight to backward point. And Hardik Pandya will be annoyed. He could have smashed that just about anywhere that he chose, but in the end couldn't get it through Mohammad Nawaz inside the circle. Shadab gets away with one. Bowls a slightly better delivery, still a bit too short, but a straighter line, and it can only be tugged out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Shan Masood, tall figure, patrolling out there. Pandya up to 30. India 89 for 4.
It's amazing what a bit of pressure on the bowler can do. He's made him bowl 2 bad balls in this over.
He tries again. Better delivery, some flight. Hits the pad. And Kohli was trying to hair off for a single and eventually had to run back. Collides with Mohammad Rizwan, and they both end up lying down on the pitch on their sides as though they're just hanging out in their bedroom talking about boys or something. 89 for 4. Rather sweet little moment. It's nice how well these teams get along considering the intensity of the geopolitics. The players themselves have a lot of respect for one another. They always make a point of playing these games in good spirit when they come up against each other. Shadab Khan bowls outside the off stump to Kohli, who wrists it across the line out to deep mid-wicket. Only a run. So the singles keep on trickling along. India 90 for 4. They need another 70 to win. 14 overs gone. They've got 6 overs in which to do it. Kohli on 34, Hardik Pandya on 30, and we'll have a double change in the ABC grandstand box with Corbin Middlemass coming in to join Cameron White.
This is the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app,
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Ravi. Corbin Middlemass and Cameron White. The Melbourne Cricket Ground, 90,000 plus in. Plenty of blue, plenty of green. India and Pakistan. This house of history, and it is game on with 6 to go. India 4 for 90. They need 160. That's the victory target. As long as Virat Kohli and Hardik Pandya are there, Cameron White, this game is well and truly live.
Absolutely still on, that's for sure. But as good as work that these two have done in the last 3 or 4 overs, they still need 11.6 and over.
Virat's on strike, and Naseem Shah's back into the attack. A slow ball out the back of the hand. Virat whips it away through square leg. Wants a couple. They're going to get it. Shadab Khan fumbles coming in off the boundary at mid-wicket. And a double for Virat. He moves to 34. India 4 for 92.
Corbin, we were just speaking off air about that the way this game is sort of structuring up, that Pakistan still have to find one more over, possibly from Nawaz of left arm orthodox, which probably wouldn't be that comfortable about doing to these two if they don't get a wicket. So maybe an interesting period in the next couple of overs that they're searching for that make-up over.
Naseem Shah charges in again. It's short, and Virat pulls it, controlled along the ground, out to Shadab Khan at deep mid-wicket for 1. They're 2 overs up, by the way, on the innings timer. So this is the other new protocol which is into the game, that if you don't bowl your overs, or at least start the final over by a particular time, you will be penalised by having one fewer fielder outside of that 30-yard ring. So huge advantage for the batting team, but Pakistan's on track. 2 overs are up on the timer at the moment.
30 minutes exactly left.
The teenager hustles in again. Another slower ball. Hardik Pandya pulls it away. It'll get to Shadab Khan pretty quickly. He fields at cow corner and a single taken. 4 off the over so far, midway through the 15th. 4 for 94.
Smart bowling by Naseem, just using the long boundaries square here at the MCG, bowling sort of a lot of slower balls hard into the wicket, bouncing up around waist and chest height, making the Indian batsmen pull out to those, you know, those really, really long square boundaries.
Virat, eyes on the bowler. Naseem Shah bowls full on leg stump. He clips it off his pads for 4. Fine leg up inside the ring. And Virat is showing out. He moves to 41, and India in the 15th over, 98 for 4.
Naseem's gone for the change-up there. First 3 balls of the over, as I mentioned, hard into the wicket, pace off. He's gone for the fast, straight Yorker and just erred a bit with his line down the leg side. Virat, good enough just to get a little bit of bat on, raced past fine leg for 4.
Naseem Shah tries again, another slower ball, and on drive down to long on for a single. And for batter Kohli, he moves to 42 and spends no energy getting to the other end as he just walks through. 4 for 99 in the 15th. It just makes everything look easy, doesn't he, Virat?
That's right. Just from the angle here, you think the throw's coming to the non-striker's end, which he's just walking down towards it, miles out of his crease, but it actually went through to the keeper, and I was like, geez, Virat, that'd be an interesting dismissal in this situation, but safely home.
They're up behind the batter, protection straight and square. Naseem Shah, last ball of the over, it's short, and Hardik Pandya pulls it, not quite out the middle. Trickles away back with a square for a single, and calmly collects a single to end the over. So 15 overs down, 4 for 100. The target's 160, and I'm no maths major, but I make that 60 runs needed off the next 5 overs. Cameron White, Virat Kohli on 42, and Hardik Pandya on 32.
Thankfully, Corbin, when these sort of situations, when I was captain in these situations, there was always plenty of information on the scoreboard. So, Bensdale Secondary College, maths wasn't a strong point. Thank God for scoreboards. And here at the MCG, as we can see, as you pointed out, they're 12 and over needed from the last 5 now. You have to say Pakistan are favourites, but there still is this 1 over, that Pakistan have to find. Babar Azam turning to one of his main bowlers, and Harris Ralph having a great night tonight. So, yeah, still got to find that one make-up over somewhere.
So what's Mohammad Nawaz bowled the 3 overs?
3 overs to 29. So Babar would probably be a bit nervous about bringing him back at this stage. If they get a wicket, he might be able to pinch an over maybe from this end. I'm not sure about trying to make up that over from down at the southern stand end. We saw Axar Patel bowl 1 over for, I think, about 20 odd, 1 over for 21 in the Pakistan innings. So he'd probably be looking to bowl that over, maybe next one at this end.
Hardik Pandya on strike as Ralph bowls short outside off, and he plays underneath it through to the keeper. Rizwan thought about an appeal and no one joined him. A dot ball, 4 for 100, so 12 and over needed from here off the last 5, but Pandya and Virat still at the crease in what has been a great game of cricket. The Pakistan innings where they lost too early up the top and you thought, oh no, with no contribution from Rizwan and Bubba, what's it going to look like? Half hundreds for Iftikhar and for Masood, unbeaten on 52 at the close. Scratched and clawed their way to 159. Done the damage up top with the ball, and now these two trying to repair it. Short and just late cut by Pandya down to third man. Just the single to Naseem Shah. Oh, and almost an overthrow. And Shadab Khan has to back up the backup to keep it to 1.
Yeah, Masood really held the innings together for Pakistan. 52 off 42 balls. Only a strike rate of 123, but on a wicket like this, probably really played a really strong role there. And then just the small contributions. Even Shaheen Afridi, 16 off 8. Harris Ralph, 6 off 4. Mohammad Nawaz, 9 off 6. Just got them to that total, which is now looking, at 12.6 and over for the Indians here. That total's looking pretty good.
Kohli back on strike, plays back down the pitch, and Ralph Fields on his follow-through. Good over this from Harris Ralph, just a single from it so far. We're 3 balls in. And Virat's a bit worried about his blade. He's going to stay with his favourite bat.
Having watched Harris Ralph over the years now, especially a lot for the Melbourne Stars, I think one thing he does is he just bowls I know, Corbin, it's going to sound a bit silly really, but he just bowls a lot of balls at the stumps. He seems to get a lot of bolds at this sort of time of the innings. He just puts the percentages in his favour a lot.
As Virat awaits Ralph here, it's short, and he cracks it away with a cross-batted shot, just wide above his arm. He steps around to his left to keep it to a single. Fields at mid-off. So just 3 off the over. Harris Ralph doing the job here in the 16th for Pakistan.
Where is this one huge over for India coming from? It's obviously not going to be this one. This next over with the second last over from the Shane Warne stand end, or the southern stand end, hitting down breeze. That's what the 2 Indian batsmen will be looking at here. Hardik and Virat just try and get through this over. No damage, and then try and really launch it this next over coming up.
Big 2 balls here in the context of the game as Ralph bowls short and wide down the leg side. The keeper misses it. He did get a glove on it and took enough pace off it to prevent it reaching the boundary and trotting back to retrieve it. The Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was up inside the ring, and wide's the signal. It'll be 3 of them. 2 run by the batting pair and 1 for the original delivery. 4 for 105 India, and Hardik Pandya still on strike.
Great effort just watching the replay for Mohammad Rizwan to get half a glove on that. That was 5 wides for all money. Harris Ralph bowling absolute gas.
The speed demon on his wane again as he bowls to Pandya, a slower ball, and coaxed him into trying to hammer it down the ground. He plays and misses.
Cagey bowling, smart.
Big over for Pakistan. 4 for 105 India, and a ball to come.
I didn't catch the speed of the ball before, which Rizwan got a glove on, but it must have been pushing 150, if not over, and he's just backed the pace, not right off there. That was 130 kilometres an hour, that one. Just a subtle change. Pretty smart from Harris Ralph there.
2 for 20 his figures. He's still got a ball to come in his 3rd. Pakistan still need another over somewhere in the last 4 from one of their part-timers. Kohli and Pandya still there. Ralph on his way into Pandya. Whips it wristily out on the leg side. Virat calls for 2 immediately and then says no to Pandya as Shadab Khan makes good ground coming in off the rope at deep mid-wicket. And a single to end the over. 16 down, 4 for 106 India. Hardik Pandya's on 34 and Virat Kohli on 43. So 54 needed off the last 4. The 2 stars of the game at the crease for India. Anything is possible.
That's right. And now this is where you really earn your money as a skipper. Your tactical knowledge. Big decision here, as we've been talking about. Who do you go with? Where is this extra over coming? There's 4 left. Does he go with another one of his strike bowlers and leave that? Let's call it a make-up over, or the over that they're probably most worried about. When do they try and get that out of the road? Looks as though they're going with Naseem again here.
What would you do?
I wouldn't bowl at this end. I would, if I was going to bowl, a part-timer or that make-up over, I would definitely bowl it from the members' end here. Just a bit, a little bit more. The conditions are a little bit more in your favour. You're hitting back into the wind. It's uphill a bit. This has always been the danger end as a bowling team. You're trying to defend this end as much as you can. It's always downwind, downhill a little bit. It feels like when you're out in the middle, hitting towards the Great Southern Stand.
So the teenager Naseem Shah to bowl this 17th over. On his way into Hardik Pandya, clips it in the air through mid-wicket. Protection back. It'll be just a single out to Shadab Khan. Brings Virat back on strike and India to 4 for 107. The crowd officially posted at 90,293.
Solid.
Which eclipses the 87,000 that were here for the 1992 Cricket World Cup 30 years ago between England and Pakistan, and stands as the new record in Australia for the biggest attendance for two neutral teams in a game of cricket. Naseem Shah bowls to Virat, backs away, lifts it over extra cover, lands safe. They should get two. And Babar Azam from long off works around to do the fielding in front of the curator's shed. Two more for India. They need 51 from 22. That's the equation.
I was just about to say, I felt Virat was probably going to try something. He sort of got a bit of a look at Naseem last over, who was bowling a lot of those slower balls into the wicket. He's given himself a lot of room there, tried to go over extra cover. I was actually expecting him to maybe go the other way and try and get something in and around the short fine leg or over him.
Shah on his way in to Virat, plays and misses, pace off delivery. Taken on the half volley by Rizwan behind the stumps, so another dot ball, 4 for 109 India.
Hardik Pandya staring at the square leg umpire, hoping for a wide. I think he's just gesturing to Virat to maybe... Virat backed away again there, and Hardik sort of gesturing maybe go the other way, get inside the ball, as I was sort of mentioning there, and try and help it's on its way over Shaheen Afridi there at short fine leg. It'd be interesting to see what he does here.
They're up in the ring behind the batter. As the teenager bowls again to Virat, clips it off leg stump in a hurry out to Shadab Khan, just a single. 50 off 20. Those numbers are swelling against India. And for Pakistan, they did the damage up top. The openers out cheaply, Rahul for 4, Rohit Sharma for 4. India were 2 for 10 and then 3 for 26 when Surya Kumar Yadav departed for 15. And Axar Patel run out for 2. The score at that stage was 4 for 31. Naseem Shah bowls to Pandya, almost drags it back onto his pegs. Unusual cross-batted swat into the ground, and Rizwan, bouncing out from behind the stumps, reels it in and prevents a single. 50 off 19 needed.
Good bowling from Naseem. As we spoke about, down the ground here, pitching the ball up is very dangerous. Like, it's very short down there towards the southern stand end. So he's banging it into the pitch, sort of changing his pace, sort of short, back of a length, trying to get Hardik to pull it out to one of these deep men, which are now right back on the road.
India running out of balls. Naseem bowls a short one. Pandya, tennis shot. It's the forehand swat out to the leg side to Shadab Khan. Throw comes into the non-striker's end and Virat's home. 2 off the last ball. 17 overs down. India chasing 160. They're 4 for 112. They were 4 for 31. So Virat Kohli on 46. Hardik Pandya on 37. And we got 3 overs left. This super clash at the Melbourne Cricket Ground in front of 90,000.
This make-up over that we're on about here, Corbin, I think what Baba's trying to do is maybe leave it to the very last over. He's gone with Shaheen Afridi here with this, what are we into the third, the 18th over, the third last. So he's probably thinking if he can just get that run rate up to 20, 24, off the last.
Is that how you would play it?
Well, now I think now he has to. He's all in now. He had to bowl it probably 2 overs ago from this end, and now that he hasn't, he probably has to leave it to the last over now. So if I was in Baba's shoes, I'm absolutely praying for a couple of wickets here to make sure that at the very least this last over that they've got to find is 2 lesser batsmen than 2 that are absolutely world class and well set. So nervous times here, although the run rate's 16 and over. You probably wouldn't want to be bowling a part-timer needing even 22 or 24. You'd be thinking Hardik Pandya could get a hold of a couple.
On 46, Virat gets a slow ball, cranks it away on the leg side. 1 bounce for 4. That's 50 for Virat. Now he runs the game, got the whole world talking. King Kohli. He's 50 off 43. And India still have life as long as he's there. Start of the 18th over, India 4 for 116.
Amazing shot and placement. Shaheen took the pace off again, back of a length into the wicket. And this might even have gone for 6, Corbin. Let's see. No, half volleyed the rope. Beautiful placement from Kohli, almost right on square leg in the gap. Shaheen under pressure.
Another 50 for the champion on run chase. Averages 70. Batting second. A Shaheen Shah Afridi full down the leg side, and Virat steps inside it. That's a wide. So 5 off the first legal delivery. Start of the 18th over. India 4 for 117.
This game really deserves to go down to the last ball or two, doesn't it? 90,000 here at the G. 6 to win or something like that. Couldn't put it.
Unbelievable partnership. They came together when the score was 4 for 31. 4 for 117. It's full to Kohli, who drives Afridi through the covers. He gets one. He says, I'm coming back. And takes on the arm. And gets back comfortably for 2. Haider Ali fielding. This is the sweeper on the offside. Virat to 52.
I noticed Babar Azam has pushed the outfielders right back onto the boundary here, almost conceding the 2, which is probably not a bad play at 15 and over, just really trying to protect that boundary as much as possible. But, you know, they're right back on the rope, 85 metres away.
Afridi full to Virat, hits over extra cover, it lands safely. Bouncing away downhill, chase on, they won't get there. 4 more for Virat as he pumps his fist. And the Indian cricketing great moves to 56. India 4 for 123 in the 18th over.
We've talked a lot in this match about the ground sizes here in Australia and how big the MCG is and how crucial, you know, placement is as a batsman. And Virat has presented 2 beautifully placed shots this over. A pull shot straight into that square leg gap, and that one just tipped it over the extra cover man. Find the rope both times. Class.
Afridi in again, pushing across Virat. He pulls, not quite out the middle of the bat. Lands on the edge of the ring. He wants to. Pandya says stay there. And just a single. And Shadab Khan runs up with speed from deep mid-wicket. He's done a heap of work on the wide expanses of the MCG. And India 4 for 124. They need 36 of 14. And still with an over to come from one of the part-timers.
I think Shadab Khan almost needs the AFL footy boots on out there. He's struggling to keep his feet going out there.
And a few weeks ago, the Melbourne Marathon ended inside this venue. He's clocked up plenty of Ks already today. Pandya on strike, Afridi short, Pandya a chopper. Out on the offside and just runs away for an easy single to Babar Azam at extra cover. 35 needed off 13. So if you didn't want to go with Mohammad Nawaz, who's conceded 9 and over, looking through the list, Asif Ali has never bowled at T20 international level. Neither has Haider Ali, neither has Babar Azam, neither has Mohammad Rizwan or Shan Masood. There's 5 guys that have never bowled a ball in this 11 in T20 international cricket.
Doesn't leave a lot of options, does it?
Last ball of the over. Pakistan need a wicket. It's short. Virat helps it round the corner for 4. Virat doing what Virat does. India 4 for 129 at the end of the 18th. They need just 31 now off 12. This partnership swells to 98, unbroken for the 5th wicket. And the game is living up to the event. 90,000 in for India-Pakistan. And the game on the line with 2 overs to come.
That was the shot I was looking for from Virat. That one where he just gets inside the line and helps it over short, fine leg. Just using the pace. Been waiting for that one. That was the one I think Hardik Pandya was gesturing to Virat a couple of overs ago. So I think we're seeing that play. They're leaving this over to the 20th. This is Harris Ralph to bowl the penultimate.
We'll worry about it if it comes.
It's coming.
At least it's not upon them right at this minute. That's future Pakistan's problem. We'll just worry about it in 6 balls' time. They need to break this partnership like oxygen.
15 won't be enough in the last over if that's what it gets down to.
Partnership worth 98. Momentum with India. As Harris Ralph outside off and Pandya clubs it away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Shadab Khan, who's had a heap to do, fields again. Brings Kohli on strike. 30 needed off 11 for India. And at the moment, they look a winner. How many's too many off the last?
I'm just trying to do the sums in my head. What is it? Oh, Mohamed Nawaz has bowled 3 overs at 29 at 9.6 and over. So, geez, how many would you... To these guys that are set, he'd want 18, I think, minimum. Left arm orthodox with Pandya on 39 and Virat on 60.
He will bowl it at least from the members' end, as you'd hoped for, but it'll be for the game as Harris Ralph in here, outside off. Virat cranks it away on the offside. He'll just get one. And to the sweeper back at deep point or deep cover. The fielding done out there by Iftikhar Ahmed. And there is the 100 partnership, which may yet be a match-winning stand. They came together with India at 4 for 31. Pakistan all over them. They're now 4 for 131. Unreal. As Ralph bowls short, Pandya misses. A dot ball. And they are golden. 29 still needed off 9.
Short and wide from Harris Ralph. Pandya just be absolutely kicking himself any sort of bat. And that's, you know, at least a 4, if not 6 at that sort of pace. High and wide. Up and outside off stump. Any bat would have done. A toe end or something just past Rizwan. Raced off the bat.
They had a heap of momentum, India, into this over, and yet 2 singles and a dot. And now a lot to do. 29 off 9. Pandya cranks one straight back over the umpire's head with a cross-batted shot. It'll only be 2. It'll only be 1. As Virat says, stay there to Hardik. And a single. It's getting out of hand. 28 needed off 8 for India. And Harris Ralph has bowled a sensational penultimate over thus far.
I think that ball and that shot in particular, really rushing Hardik Pandya up off the stickers, could only really cloth it to mid-on on the circle. Just shows how fast Harris Ralph is actually bowling here. He's absolutely flying in.
Virat on 62 awaits Ralph, hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That is an amazing shot. Amazing.
Virat Kohli is very, very good at cricket. He is 68 not out. And India still with life in this game. They need 22 off 7. He was backing away towards square leg Cameron White, and somehow lifted it up and back over the bowler's head for 6.
I'm glad you described it, Corbin, because I'm not sure. What are we going to call that shot? A drive from waist height, looking to go over mid-off, which went over the bowler's head for 6. It was amazing. Now it's in sort of, it's 22 off 7. Babar Azam sweating bullets.
They're up on the offside. Harris Ralph trying to get out of the over. On middle start. Virat lifts it over the rope for 6 more.
My goodness.
This is greatness uninhibited from Virat Kohli. We've been treated to a mega event and a special performance from one of the game's greats. Virat is 74 not out off 50, and India need only 16 of the last over. And Pakistan have no idea who is going to bowl it. Advantage India.
Harris Ralph's bowled a pretty good second last over there. 2 amazing shots off balls 5 and 6 have gone for 6. That last ball, he just ran in and bowled another thunderbolt, angled in, and Virat just picked it up using the pace, flicked it up and over, short fine leg. Didn't look like almost off the bat, it was going straight up in the air, but it actually went over the fence. A couple of unbelievable shots.
This has been an absurd game of cricket.
What a spectacle. And it is Mohamed Nawaz to bowl the last over.
It's so rare that the game itself lives up to the event when anything like this happens of this magnitude. People have had this circled in the calendar since the schedule came out. The T20 Cricket World Cup, India, Pakistan, 2 countries whose names are always hyphenated. And at the MCG in front of 90,000, they've played out a T20 classic that is going down to the last over. And Mohammad Nawaz, who's gone the journey today, he's going at 9 and over, has to bowl the last with his left arm finger spinners to Virat Kohli and Hardik Pandya, who are on the precipice of an epic 5th wicket stand in what would be one of the great comeback stories in World Cup history.
Is he going to bowl maybe some sort of medium pace here, or is he bowling spin? Mohammad Rizwan is actually standing probably 10 yards back from the stumps, which is an unusual move, would you say, Corbin, at this stage?
Yeah.
Or we just expecting him to bowl maybe just still spin, but really fire them in.
That's a very good observation. He's behind the cut stuff, isn't he, Mohammad Rizwan? So they're up behind the batter. They're spread back on the rope, straight and square. India needs 16 off 6. The game on the line right here. You couldn't get two more fierce rivals. What a finish. Nawaz bowls a quicker ball. Skied in the air off the batter. Pandya in trouble. Caught. Nawaz gets a wicket. First ball. Pandya's out. Mayhem at the MCG. And the Pakistani flags fly. And Hardik Pandya is out on the first ball of the final over. Still with a lot to do for India. He's out for 40. Mohammad Nawaz gets the wicket. And India are 5 for 144.
It was exactly what we thought too. It was a really quick arm ball. It was actually in the slot to go. Hardik Pandya just tried to drag it a little bit square instead of coming more down over mid-on. Top edge straight up in the air. Never an easy catch at this stage of the game, but Bubba Azam made it look pretty simple.
And what a moment this is for Dinesh Karthik, a man simply known as DK, who, by the way, Cameron, had not played a World Cup game since 2010 in St. Lucia against Sri Lanka. 12 years ago, he's recalled to the Indian squad for this World Cup, and he's here with 5 balls to go. India needs 16.
And he's on strike. One of the new rule changes in recent times would be that Virat Kohli would be on strike, having crossed. But now, once you get a wicket, the new batsman has to strike. In a situation like this, absolutely crucial. The old rule would have permitted Virat to cross while the ball was in the air and Virat to be on strike. Now, with Dinesh Karthik, the new batter, has to face. Crucial.
Here we go. 16 off 5 needed. Karthik gets a full toss. Hits it straight back down the ground. It'll be taken on the bounce by Iftikhar Ahmed, who fields it long on. So just a single, but brings Virat on strike, who's hit his last 2 balls for 6. India need 15 off 4.
Which way? Which way is it going to go? Corbin, make a call.
It's, I'm not sure I'm ever willing to bet against Virat.
Oh, it's set for him. They will erupt.
This would be freakish even for him. He's 74 off 50.
Still negotiating for the no ball off that last ball for being too hollow as well. He hasn't won over Marius Erasmus there at square leg, so no free hit for Virat.
He's hit his last 2 for 6. He's on strike here, Virat. India need 15 off 4. The left arm finger spin of Nawaz to Kohli, who hits it along the ground back past the non-striker. He says to Karthik, I'm coming back. Throw to the non-strikers and a diving effort for Karthik to make his ground. And he's through for the double. But now the numbers working against Virat. 13 needed off 3 for India. Gee, well executed from Nawaz. It's a high pressure moment, but full and wide, jammed up Virat, and he couldn't get underneath it.
Rizwan's actually, as wicketkeeper's gone back to a few more paces. He's a spinner that's, for those at home, Mohammad Rizwan's halfway back to the circle for a left arm orthodox.
13 needed off 3. Virat's got to hit a couple out the park. Nawaz, full toss. Virat's got it. Over deep backward square. 6.
And a no ball, I think, 2 for height.
Great players make great plays. And Virat Kohli in a decisive strike for India. It'll be a no-ey. A no ball and a free hit to come. 6 in a major turning point in the game. What can't this man do? Extraordinary. 7 needed off 2. And now Bubba Azam wants to chat with the umpires about the no ball call. It came from Ray Erasmus at square leg. And there is a conference, the stumps at the non-strikers end with the Pakistani fielders there. Very rarely do the umpires change their call on this.
It's pretty high. They've just showed a replay now. It's definitely above waist. Mohammad Nawaz's second ball over to Dinesh Karthik was, borderline on height. Dinesh Karthik actually on that occasion come out of his crease. This time Virat held in his crease. And they're pinged in for too high above the waist. Virat capitalises 6 with a free hit. 6 off 3. Mohammad Nawaz, 3.3 overs, 1 for 39. It's not looking too good.
Six needed from 3 now. Virat gets one well wide. It's a wide on the free hit. Oh no. Pakistan can barely believe what is happening.
For some reason, Super Over just entered my mind.
Virat needed 13 from 3 to win. He now needs 5 from 3. He's hit a no ball for 6. There's been a wide. And still with a free hit, he can end the game here. 5 needed off 3. Virat Kohli awaits. He's bowled off a free hit. They're going to run off the ricochet. Pakistan had no idea. The ball spits down the third man. It's picked up by Shaheen Shah Afridi, and they come back and run 3 off the free hit. Oh, Pakistan celebrated as if they had a wicket. He was bowled off a free hit. And they're going to run what will go in the book as 3 buys off the stumps. This is extraordinary. India will need 2 to win off 2 legal balls.
Pakistan seems surprised that that's actually a thing. They might need to check the rule book.
So the odd part about this is Dinesh Karthik is now on strike, having run 3. They're going to need 2 off 2. 1 to tie the game. This is bonkers what we're living through, by the way.
It's pretty unlucky, isn't it? Like you've bowled Virat Kohli on a free hit and he's got 3 for it when you think about it.
90,000 at the G, 1.5 billion people attracted to this game.
I've just noticed on the replay too, Shaheen Afridi, which that ball went past, must have been 10 yards in from the 30-yard circle. Like, for the life of me, why wouldn't you just be standing right back on the 30-yard circle? Like, it was a free hit. As the ball's hit the stump, Shaheen Afridi's like at gully, like 10 metres in. If he's right back on the line, he can probably just walk over and pick that ball up and they get 1 at most. Just the small things in the game sometimes.
What do they need? 29 off 9, something like that? And it's now 2 off 2 for India with 5 in hand. Virat Kohli, I don't even know how we can say this sentence has enhanced his reputation. His reputation already is probably the best white ball batter that the world has ever seen. And he's 82 off 53. And he's on the verge of doing it again for India in a run chase.
It's amazing when you think about it, just thinking back to the start of his innings. I think he was 9 or 10 off 21 balls, and now you look at it now, 82 not out off 53. It's an amazing 30 balls, 35 balls that he's faced.
We shouted him out at the start of the night, didn't we, about the World Cup and the focus on so many other Indian stars, and how could you so easily overlook Virat Kohli? 2 off 2 needed. It's been a horror end of the night for Pakistan. Karthik on strike. On leg stump. He misses it. A stumping chance. Rizwan whips the bails off. Dinesh Karthik is out.
My goodness.
Another turning point in this game. And Dinesh Karthik is stumped off the penultimate ball. India still need 2 to win, 1 to tie, and Virat can only watch on at the non-striker's end.
I was just about to say before that ball, is there another twist? There is.
It's going up to the third umpire. Maria Rasmus has sent it to Richard Kettleborough to take a look at, but Dinesh Karthik is walking off. He tried to play a sweep shot, bounced off his pad, off his glove, hit the ground. Rizwan comes forward, accepts the ball, cleans up the stumps, and Karthik is a metre out of his crease.
Keep that rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Another reason for Pakistan fans to roar.
6-wicket falls for India.
Dinesh Karthik is out. And that is the one thing India couldn't afford to have happen. Ravi Chandran Ashwin is the new bat. He needs 1 run to tie the game. He needs 2 for India to win.
Super over. Ravi Ashwin run out, going to 2.
What a game of cricket. 2 needed off the last ball. Ashwin whacking away. Virat watching on. Nawaz on his way in. Bowls a wide down the leg side. He's bowled a wide. India can't lose.
Well done by Ravi Ashwin. Experience coming through there. Just gave himself a smidgen of room, then dragged his left leg back in line with the stumps wide.
The one thing India couldn't afford was a wicket off the second last ball. Karthik out the very next delivery, as long as he didn't bowl a wide or a no ball. And Mohammad Nawaz fires one in down the leg side. And India need 1 from 1. Tie game. 159 apiece. They have played an epic super over back when we had a bowl-off back in the day at the World Cup, in which India won. Most of them inside the ring. They're still mid-wicket and long on back. Mohammad Nawaz. India need 1 off 1. Ashwin hits it over mid-off for the win. Volcanic joy for India. Devastation for Pakistan. India win by 4 wickets off the last ball. How about it, Cameron White?
There's sayings, isn't there, like that game literally had it all. From the crowd to the ups and downs of Pakistan's innings, and then to the partnership between Hardik Pandya and Virat, and then for Virat to be there 80 not out again. Amazing, really. That last over in particular, just, geez, for a game that's just early in the series, it'll be hard to top. The World Cup final will be hard to top this match here tonight. That's just set the stage for what's hopefully just a magnificent tournament.
The players shake hands in the middle of the Melbourne cricket ground. They have treated us to something we won't soon forget. India off the last ball. And Virat Kohli with his hands on his head, he can't believe it. What a special show he gave us tonight. With his Superman cape on to guide India to the win. And remind anyone who had forgotten and proved anyone wrong who doubted that he is the best white ball batter that we have ever seen.
Rohit Sharma's just picked him up in the middle of the in the middle of the ground. He's going to chair him off, but I think the run rate got to 20 and over there at one stage for at least, in the 17th, 18th over. Just, what can you say? He's done it again. You just got to hand it to the man. Corbin, he summed it up well. It's just, he's done it time and time again, and tonight on a very big stage early in a tournament with his team under extreme pressure, he's just found another level, if that's even possible, to get his team over the line.
90,293 in to see it. Those decked out in blue, waving a countless number of Indian flags inside the stadium. The splashes of orange and white and green. And the party is just beginning for India. Virat Kohli finishes not out on 82 from 53 balls. Ravichandran Ashwin hit the winning run. It didn't go for 4. And he got down the other end. And as a result, India finished at 6 for 160. And we're right at the start of the tournament. It's day 2 of the Super 12s.
It's great, isn't it? I'm really happy for all the fans that have just come here tonight. Like, there's 90,000 of them, as we've spoken about, but they've just been treated to an absolute spectacle tonight. Like, the game had, for us, for the second game in the Super 12s, it's had everything. It'll be hard to top for the rest of the tournament. And just looking at the Indian fans here around the ground, they are going absolutely bananas. Flags everywhere, people dancing, cheering, jumping on seats. They're going off.
The results today, day 2 of the Super 12s. India by 4 wickets off the last ball after an epic showing from Virat Kohli. Finishes 82 not out to guide India home. He's done it again in spectacular fashion. They beat Pakistan off the last ball. So from 14 meetings at World Cups, India 13, Pakistan 1. Sri Lanka won the earlier game by 9 wickets over Ireland. And of course, yesterday we had victories for England and for New Zealand. The tournament obviously continues tomorrow. First up from 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, it is Bangladesh playing the Netherlands. And then from 7 p.m, the 2 African nations tomorrow in Group B, South Africa and Zimbabwe. What a night we've witnessed here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, Cam. We're hard up against it, but how do you put it all into words when someone says to you, you were there that night between India and Pakistan. 15 years' time, what are you going to remember from tonight, and what will you tell them?
Oh, geez, it'll be really hard to describe, that's for sure, but to try and paint the picture that, the game had so many ebbs and flows. I'm thinking back to the start of the Pakistan innings when they were in desperate early trouble after some great bowling from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar early on, and the Indian seamers, they sort of clawed their way to a total which we were sort of hoping that the Pakistanis could get to and be really competitive at around that 150. They get to 159 and then have India absolutely on the ropes at about 4 for 30 odd. And then the king, he's just stepped up and he's done it like he has done so many times before. So I'm also just thinking forward to how hard it'll be for Pakistan to come back from this from the rest of the tournament. Like, that'll take the stuffing out of them a bit as well.
Whitey, it was my absolute privilege to be here and to work with you titonight. I appreciate your time.
No, thank you as well.
On behalf of Cameron White, Ravi Bopara, on Jeff Lemon, of course, in commentary, thanks to Chetan Narula, to our entire crew, to Adam Mountford, of course, for holding it down, for Craig Davis back in the studio. India win an absolute epic off the last ball to beat Pakistan by 4.
Hi, I'm David Warner.
And this is Adam Mountford at the MCG. Here on 5 Sports Extra, we just thought we'd bring you a little bit more of that remarkable evening of cricket here at the MCG. We were hoping to have a proper long review of the game, but of course the last couple of overs took a long time, and why wouldn't they? Because of the drama, the incredible drama that took place here at this amazing Coliseum of sport. Watching alongside me is Chetna Narula, who's been part of the coverage this evening, Indian broadcaster and journalist. I mean, what can you say? What can you say?
Unbelievable. That's the first word that comes into my mind. And 2016 T20 World Cup, Mohali. I was there. Virat Kohli, MS Dhoni. Unbelievable game, that one. They chased that game down. And I never thought that could be topped. I thought Virat Kohli, he's a master chaser. He is probably the greatest chaser in white ball cricket. And that's in the era of MS Dhoni. I never thought that could be topped. He's done it. After 3 years, when people have doubted him, people have had doubts whether he could do all of that all over again in a new way, find that intensity again, and he has done it tonight in front of 90,000 people at the MCG. And 4 wickets down, nobody thought India would come back. And you used the word magical, and I think, yeah, magical. Oh, wow.
Because 31 for 4, we say, but it wasn't even just that, because they recovered a bit after that.
Yeah.
But it seems to be going away. There's some excellent bowling from Nazim Shah and Harris Ralph, and it looked like it was gone. Then those last 2 balls, the penultimate over, were hit for 6 by Kohli, and that sort of changed things. But even then, that incredible last over, I can barely get my head around what happened. Run-outs, wides, possible stumpings, confusion. You know, it was everything, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and it was a game of cat and mouse because Pakistan needed that 1 over of spin. Nawaz was going for runs today. It's not been a night for spinners, hasn't it? So that over, Pakistan needed to hide it somewhere, and they chose to get the 20th over of spin, which we don't really see too much in T20 cricket, and that was really the game. But it wasn't really that simple. So much drama. Hardik Pandya, who's so excellent against spin. Virat Kohli didn't really see too much strike in that over, and when he did, he got that 6 off the no ball and the ball ricocheting off the stumps. Dinesh Karthik, who's the assigned finisher, and he failed at the opportune moment. And then Ravichandran Ashwin, coolest guy in Melbourne tonight. Oh wow, that last ball finish.
I know, and when you're lofting one in over the infield, your heart's in your mouth, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have I just hit the ball to the field, or have I lost the game for my team? Yeah. And more importantly, 90,000 people watching on the huge pressure. But he held his nerve and he played that shot. We know he's a fine batsman, but to do it from that sort of situation is so difficult.
Holds his nerve, and like I said, the coolest guy in Melbourne tonight. Hit the ball just enough to clear the infield, and I think it was an ode to Virat Kohli's innings, really. Virat Kohli's knock deserved that victory. We've seen some fine performances today. Arshdeep Singh, Hardik Pandya, and of course the Pakistani fast bowlers absolutely ripping it. Harris Ralph with that double blow earlier in the power play, and then of course the 50 runs that Pakistan scored when 5 batsmen were down. And in the last 5 overs, they got those 50 runs. They lower order scored those runs. So we've seen some fine performances, but that performance from Virat Kohli deserved victory. And yeah, Ashwin, thanks to you, coolest guy in Melbourne, to help him do that.
Kohli, 82, 53 balls, 6 fours and 4 sixes, and it was those 6s that were so critical.
Absolutely, those 2 6s of Shaheen Afridi. Last year, Shaheen Afridi ripped apart the Indian top order, and that was a body blow. This year, things have changed, tables have turned, and a very calm and collected and informed Virat Kohli. We haven't seen him bat with this fluency in the last 3 years. It's only been in the last couple of months that he's regained his self. I believe that losing the captaincy, he lost a lot of intensity. He is a very intense player. He needs that external intensity to channel his energy, to channel his passion for the game. And he had lost that bit when the captaincy saga happened. And in the last 3 months, he's taken some time off. He's recollected his thoughts, and he is now back to being his best. This knock, this will forever be etched in the minds of not only the 90,000 here, but also the 1.5 billion who've been tuning in from everywhere across the world.